from the cradle of civilization, Union still seeks to unite the human diaspora. But now, an edict, long since forgotten, can be heard again, scream from beyond the stars. Will humanity hear? Will we understand? For now, only one thing is certain. Our Lancers will respond when the Starcriers fly.
Hello, folks, and welcome to RPGs Uncovered. We are back for another episode of the Starcrier Conflict. Alright, I'm excited for today. Last week was an emotionally charged episode. We got a lot of great character development done, and this week we're going to get a lot of real good mech development done because I melted down all of their frames. So now they get to build new ones, and then I get to try to destroy them. So that's a short synopsis of what is going on today. But we have a lot of really cool stuff coming up, so as always, I will try to keep this short. Hello, everybody out in chat. Thanks for joining. Thanks for saying hi. Let's see. As usual, first and foremost, if you are watching live on Twitch, you can scroll down a little bit, head to the About tab, and see that nice black and yellow Mayhem meter tab. That there is a little tip collection fund that I like to set out. If you enjoy the show and have the means to support, dropping a few bucks in there is the best way I can think of compensating these wonderful people I get to work with. Anything we get through there is split up evenly and distributed amongst the group here, and that's the best way I can think of paying them back for all of their time and creativity and all the fun gifts they give during game, out of game, everything we talk about throughout the week. So if you want to help support the cast, that is the way to do it, the Mayhem meter. Plus, every 50 bucks, and there's a meter above my head, every 50 bucks, something crazy happens. So we'll see what that might be next it ticks over. Currently at 0, but we'll get there, I'm sure. I hope. We'll get there. Other than that, you can head over to the Ko-Fi. We got a whole bunch of fun stuff, and I'd like to get another after show in after this if we can squeeze it in with the timing, because we have a lot of cool stuff to talk about since we've been back on Far Station 12. So you can find other after shows and all kinds of other great character stuff, GM stuff over there on our Ko-Fi. And anything we get through that goes right back into the channel, and most importantly, back into the Indie TTRPG community, because I want to work with folks out there just trying to make it like I am, so indie musicians and indie artists and whatnot. Of course, you can see, actually I have them turned off right now, but another quick shout out to our friend Galen Pajot, who has done our beautiful character art, so we'll be seeing more of that as the show continues. But that's an example of what we can get. All right. Let me pass it over to these wonderful folks to say hello, then. Hello, folks.
Hello, wonderful folks. I'm Sean, he, him. Tonight I am playing August Walker, aka Solitaire, the pilot of yet to be determined, or yet to be revealed, shall we say. But it's obviously the best, so.
I don't know about the best. Good, maybe. Hi, I'm Q. I'm playing Logan Ohura, recent husband. What's up? And call sign is Desperado. Also, with a new mech whose name you do not know, and it's he, him for him and I. I didn't forget. I just wanted to say it for last.
He and him and I, and he and him and I.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew. I'm playing Athen Mishin. We both use he, him pronouns. I am call sign Blacksmith. And the pilot of the former mech known as Blade 2. Blade 2 was destroyed, so didn't have to worry about getting melted down at least. And new mech coming out today.
Hey, y'all, it's Drake Lionheart. Most people call me Lion. I use they, he pronouns. And tonight I will be playing John Tavik, Creighton Vasier, Harrison the Fourth, call sign Starblood. Up until this point, pilot Fourth Throne. We'll see what happens with that. It'll be a thing. We're going to have a fun time. Also, Tavik uses he, they pronouns.
And hello, everybody, once again. I'm Jack up here doing the GM thing, playing everybody else, as well as all the trauma. First question, however, I have to ask, did you guys notice the new intro?
Totally wasn't paying up.
Am I the only one who
Snuck
did?
it in.
I think I missed something then.
I
Excellent.
glanced over and I was like, oh, that's so cool. And then I looked away at something else.
Anyone
I
paying
watch
attention?
it every time because I'm always waiting for you to pull something.
Yeah. Anyone paying attention to the intro snuck in a little sneak peek of the new toys they get to play with. We'll get to that. All right.
I mixed.
So, let's jump into today's episode of the Starcrier Conflict. With a bit of a recap. Let's see. We're coming to the end of our downtime, though I've told myself I'm not calling it that anymore. But it's been a bit since the Lancer group has been back at Far Station 12, our little space station out in the far distant reaches of what is Union space, with plenty more human-occupied space known as the diaspora outside of Union control, far beyond that. But they've been on a couple missions now. The most recent one being first contact with the Starcriers, or at least an entity that we know as a Starcrier. They don't have a lot of information on it, have been purposely, seemingly, kept in the dark about it, and even scolded for attempting to talk about it in even vague terms. So that's where they're at currently. Coming back from that, of course, being the first time alien contact has been made. A lot of air quotes. Well, of course, first contact with alien protocol was initiated, and they got stuck in cryo-containment, had to go through all kinds of decontamination, psychological evaluations, and their mechs were taken, and at least as far as they know, melted down and destroyed. And that's where we are going to find ourselves today. They discovered that a couple sessions back. In the previous session, we had a wedding, we had a breakup, we had a reunion with a father figure, and we had a spectator. So a lot of emotionally charged content. And spectator is a Horus potato with glasses.
A lot of emotionally charged content and a potato.
And a potato, yeah.
And a potato.
So, we are going to pick up this week with something that has already happened in the past couple weeks. The last episode, everything took place over the course of several weeks. Time got a little wibbly wobbly because we were jumping back and forth between the wedding event and flashbacks to things that happened throughout the weeks leading up to that. So, one thing we skipped over for time last week was following Tavik's conversation with Lisbeth. That breakup, that parting of ways. In seemingly, still friendly contact with each other, moving on, understandable differences in who they are and what they want and where they're going, but still seemingly on good terms with each other. But she did say she needed time to consider what their arrangement going forward was going to look like. And that harkens back to something that we referred to previously but didn't see on camera, and that is that Tavik has already dived into the SSC Constellar, at least once. SSC being Smith Shimano Corp, and the Constellar being their, well, really Matrix-like virtual world on the OmniNet that people, citizens of SEC, can just sort of plug themselves into and live a whole other digital life, very much like the Matrix. So Tavik got, a simple VR headset and jumped in there analog style. But before the last mission, leading up to what we're getting to today, there was discussions of getting you fully kitted out for proper Constellar integration. Since you already have data plating and I believe... did you ever take the subjectivity suite? I know everything's sort of interchangeable, so you can have one or not.
Yeah, I don't have it equipped right now, but I do believe we discussed that is something we've done. Yes.
So the Constellar sort of hardware you need, I'm not going to go full Matrix where you need to lay back in a chair and everything plugs into all kinds of various different ports. I think that's pretty cool, but that's probably outdated technology given everything else. But it probably is very much a Shadowrun direct neural interface, a brain to machine sort of.
Yeah, I think for Tavik there is still like a port of some sort, like the connectivity is in the back, just because he's already got the data plating that syncs him up to like his personal tech, and even if it makes no difference from a like practical standpoint, in his mind he still wants to keep them separate.
Yeah. And I imagine just having integrated hardware security and just requiring far more capacity from the hardware, it uses a specialized data port that is separate from the data port you would use for data plating and other sort of connector sort of stuff. Because the SSC Constellar assembly, that technology is quite well... not necessarily secret, but quite well guarded. None of the other factions seem to have that level of virtual interface. So, Tavik, following that previous discussion with Lisbeth, of course, it was confirmed that, of course, you were going to move forward with the plans that you had discussed. These were things you've been talking with her and her parents for quite a while now. It's been leading up to this, and even though the nature of your relationship may have changed, the relationship itself doesn't need to completely fall apart. It can be mutually beneficial to both parties, and as long as everybody is moving forward in good relations and in good faith, we can still make this work. Of course, your primary point of contact is through her parents, so we'll see how that goes. But after spending probably a few days in hospital, getting the neural interface properly installed and calibrated, you can meet up with Lisbeth over at the actual SSC Constellar campus here on Far Station 12. It's down in the civilian ring, so let me bring that up. Let's get everybody out of here. I'll bring up Starblood, and we'll head down to a civilian district here. Let's bring up Lisbeth as well. There we go. So, you can meet up out in front of the SSC Constellar campus, which is kind of your general California tech campus on a space station. You got these big, strange buildings that are a combination of flowing architecture with sudden jutting angular structures here and there, made of glass and composite materials and things of varying transparency and different lighting effects going on here or there. It's a very artistic building, and that's SSC, really. Artistic, but in a very sort of almost jarring way, really. well-manicured lawns, and you can see a number of people walking out in front of this building, walking further back in the campus itself. A lot of the people just normal day-to-day citizens here on the Far Station, but you can usually pick out at least some of the SSC people, because SSC does have its own what do they call it, like population on demand feature program that they have, where they specifically redesign the human genome in order to best fit a particular location. And then, of course, if those people leave that location and go to a space station, they might stand out a bit more. They might be taller or shorter. Their skin might be not only different shades, different colors, but different textures. They might have more or less hair. They might even have scales. Their eyes might be larger or smaller. They might have any number of these strange features, so that they do, a few of them, you can walk by a few people that do look almost alien. Obviously not alien, because throughout Union's entire time, air quotes, there's only been humanity. And a few other, smaller non-sentient species here or there, and space cows and whatnot. But anyway, setting the scene aside, you can meet up with Lisbeth outside the main building here to the SSC campus. Tavik, good morning.
Good morning. I appreciate your willingness to continue helping me with that.
Of course. This has been something we've been working on for a long time. No reason for all that to go to waste. I think it's only fair, not necessarily to warn you, but to make you aware. I have already discussed with my parents the change in our status.
As expected.
Should
I expect any? Oh, please.
I can't promise they'll be pleased,
Mm-hmm.
but they understand, as we do, as we've come to our new arrangement, that moving forward in this new capacity, following what we've been working on this entire time, is, as I said, still in both of our best interests. As long as you and I are comfortable with it.
I am if you are. As long as you don't feel put under duress in any way.
Certainly not. She straightens her back even more, sort of tilts her chin up a little further, and starts walking out of the main building and towards actually a fairly small building, actually. I assume you've had the proper hardware installed, properly calibrated?
And he reaches back and his hand sort of disappears under the high collar. He's like, I have. There's still some getting used to, but it seems to be functional from what I've been told.
Yes, the facilities that the hardware they have available, the hardware and software they have available, is not to the exacting specifications of ours. So I will get you hooked in, and I will make sure that the interface sensitivity is set low.
I appreciate that.
That's not a comment to any level of competency. It is unusual for the SSC to invite new people in at our age. It's an entirely new neural restructuring, almost like learning an entirely new language.
Yes. No, that makes perfect sense as well, and I'm certain it does not help that being a Harrison, so much of my life was devoid of subtlety, really. I don't take it as a personal attack.
She gives you this sort of side-eyed squint, but just nods. You walk
I know.
into.
Oh, after a moment, he goes, I know jokes are strange coming from me, but the attempt is there,
Yes. Yes.
poor though they may be. Lead the way.
You walk inside and are. There's a quick conversation between she and a receptionist before you head back, and it's really just this sort of reception area and an elevator. And you take the elevator down. You take the elevator down a few floors, and it opens up into what looks like a warehouse, really. A warehouse that, almost resembles like those large vending machine kind of shelves, you know, uh, ones that like the new car places use in their commercial, where you have these large shelves that sort of rotate and move, and each of them have a number of different beds lined up on them. Not all of them are full, but it looks like there are a number of these revolving platforms that can be moved and shuffled about. The room is relatively cool. And there's this low hum that sort of permeates the silence, but it is, other than that hum, very sterile in here. Not a lot of lighting either. It has this sort of very relaxed, dim lighting. But just the sound of machines whirring in the background, and you can see on a few of these beds, probably even more as you go back, there's some privacy partitions here or there. But you're led up to one, revolving sort of shelf area rooms move down. Lisbeth will walk you over to one of these sort of reclining chair bed sort of situation and go and get you plugged in. And it really is just a single, though relatively thick cord that runs from some sort of central machine here and plugs into the back of your neck. But there's this weird sensation pretty much as soon as it connects and then twists in to confirm that contact, where you almost have this sort of out-of-body experience, but out-of-body only like a fraction off from your actual body. It's not like you see yourself down on the bed, but you feel yourself in your body, but you also, like, you go to move your arm and you feel your arm move before you see your arm move, sort of situation. Your vision gets a little blurry. Your sense of hearing gets a little more diluted. All right, I have you properly connected. I have the sensitivity turned down as much as I can. I will get this initiated once I am all set. I would advise that you stay calm and relaxed, and try to keep your mind focused. This is an area that reacts directly to your thought patterns. As I've turned the sensitivity down, so you shouldn't go flying off at a whim. But
Good.
you can travel mostly at the speed of thought if you know what you are looking for. If you don't, you could very well end up lost. So just stay focused on me and your immediate surroundings, and try not to let your mind wander too much.
Fascinating. Let's see how much I embarrass myself.
I'm sure you will do just fine. There will be a small delay from everybody else interacting and how you perceive, just with the sensitivity turned down low. It should be negligible. You shouldn't notice it. We will, but you won't.
Noted.
Right. Are you all set? I know my father can be a bit much.
I am as prepared as I believe I am going.
Me too. Well then, she grabs a cable, sits down, reclines, twists it in, closes her eyes. There's no other, like, buttons or anything she needs to press. Once it's connected, she just closes her eyes and then you hear in your mind, close your eyes, Tavik, just relax.
And there's a moment where he puts his head down a bit, shakes his head, and then is going to lean back and close and keep his eyes closed.
Welcome to the Constellar. And you have that sort of dream sensation of falling for a split second, really, but you have that sensation of falling before the blackness of your vision with your eyes closed quickly gets more this more of a soft blue, sort of diffused light, until you start being able to make out outlines of shapes. And then those shapes start to fill in, and it is a very much sort of dropping into the Matrix kind of feel. It's you perceive, whether it is the normal way of entering or whether it is just your brain's inexperience and being able to process exactly what is going on and having this feeling of falling, but you do perceive yourself falling out of the sky and just landing on a street somewhere. And I imagine, whether you call out or not, I imagine when you do actually hit the ground, you go to, like, buckle your knees and steady yourself and whatnot. But even though you were falling at an incredibly fast distance, it is just falling stationary. No.
Yeah, when Tavik hits the ground, there very much is the, like, knees are braced, hands are still down at his sides, but palms open, facing the floor, ready to sort of catch himself. Teeth are, like, grinding together, because he is processing how he's going to stick the landing on this impossible fall.
Mm-hmm. And you find yourself in a location that actually looks fairly similar to where you just left. Very similar to the Constellar campus on Far Station 12. A lot of the same buildings, a lot of sprawling lawns. However, you can also see up in the sky at an odd angle is more of that, and then more of that, and more of that, just at these weird odd angles. It's not like you're on a ring structure or the inside of a sphere. It is just floating planes here and there that have different structures on them. And you can see around you, the buildings are, to you, not entirely solid. You're not sure if they perceive them the same way, but they're not entirely solid. Though they're not entirely transparent either. You can't see through them. And it's not even like seeing the sprawling, drizzling lines of code of the Matrix. You just perceive that they're not solid. Your brain is still trying to process this digital world that,
like, there's a depth to them that's shouldn't be there, right?
Exactly. And likewise, there are people moving around you, some moving at incredibly fast speeds, but there are people moving around you at normal walking speed, and they have that almost ethereal, ghostly sort of appearance. Not in that they're translucent, but it almost looks like there's image on image on image on image of them overlaid that are just moving slightly out of sync of each other. So one leg goes forward and you see just a fraction of a second before or after there's, a fore image and after image of all of their movements. And you can't entirely make out the details of their face. Some of them are more distorted than others, probably some level of security feature, security preferences. But you do just get the feeling that this is an artificial world that you're not fully integrated into just yet.
Is it always like this?
Like what? There's a lot going on. I will need you to be more specific.
Mm. It's just quite a lot to process. Things are. Well, you said that it was going to. I was going to perceive slower, but it. Things do seem off.
Yes. What will really fascinate you is when you look at your brain scan when you wake up. Yes, I
now
imagine...
I will certainly be making time to do that.
Yes. No, I do imagine that you are perceiving... Well, not fully.
No, I imagine not. I am. There is depth where there shouldn't be, and after images of people where I have to imagine there also should not be, although I recognize that aesthetic is paramount for SSC, and so it's difficult sometimes for me to tell, especially in a world that is completely of their design, what is intended and what is just the result of my connection.
Yes, your brain is receiving a lot of unusual signals all at once. There's some buffering required, and some that have been purposely fragmented as to not overwhelm you.
And will this change over time?
This will, yes. The more time you spend in here, the more we will be able to slowly wean your brain into all of these new connections that have to be made. To that note, I've made sure that my parents have constructed a more traditional space for us to engage with. Here in the Constellar, you can create a world of your own, a domain of your own, as you see fit, should you have the permission to do so.
Fingers crossed.
Well,
I do have an inconsequential question, but it is something that is nagging at me.
okay.
Do we blink in here?
It is an autonomic reflex that most of us have. You see, I do. I suppose that comes with how much time you spend in the Constellar. We don't need to here. We don't need to blink. We don't need to breathe. So you may see, from my parents, that may be one thing that may become unnerving. They often don't. They spend most of their time in this virtual world. They don't need to blink. They don't need to breathe. They don't need to eat. They don't even really necessarily need to stick to these forms that we have.
Fascinating. It's for my entire life, I have, as I'm sure you're well aware, been so deeply ingrained in the concept of superiority by design and the absolute ludicrousness of all of this conceptually. But I have to say, even just hearing about it and experiencing the small bit that I am now, absolutely incredible concept.
This is the closest, I believe, humanity has and will for the foreseeable future come to full transhumanism, transcendence. We can't yet entirely leave our bodies behind, but we can digitize our minds and experience life as we choose to in this virtual space.
And of course, I'm sure it comes as no surprise that there is that nagging voice in the back of my head that screams at how absurd of an idea that is as well.
Hmm.
Not that I agree with it.
Well,
Truth be told,
perhaps-
I'm not entirely certain if either doctrine is completely accurate or if perhaps there is a middle ground to be cut.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why we're here. To see
Yes.
if there's a way to better blend these two paradigms.
Here's hoping.
Well, if you're ready,
I am.
focus on me. She goes to hold out a hand, sort of stops for a moment, but then does, like, actually fully extend her hand. It'll be easier this way.
Take it.
And as you take her hand, she almost elongates, like spaghettification anime style, elongates down the street in a blur, and you are pulled with her, and you just perceive flashes of light as it seems like you are speeding at impossible speeds, far further than even you were able to perceive from your standing location. Like, you should have smacked into the building at the end of the street a fraction of a second after taking off at this incredible speed. But you just perceive, you don't perceive air movement. There's no wind, though I imagine I do wonder, because all of this is processed through your brain, if we do see your image as you choose it to be represented, with your hair flying all over the place, even though there is no wind here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Hair flying about, coat sort of flapping a little bit, tassels just fully extended behind them. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lisbeth is just doing the high-speed Magneto thing, just T-pose flying down the street.
Wonderful. Yeah. And Tavik's teeth are grit, and the grip on Lisbeth's hand is very tight. There was a moment at the start of it where they were absolutely fine with this. It harkened back to the feelings of when they were just out in throne trying to hit top speeds, and then it kept going and got faster, and all of a sudden it feels completely out of control, which, as everyone knows, is Tavik's favorite thing in the world.
And you're not exactly sure how you perceive it, because it's going far too fast for you to recognize, but you must have made several turns, and not just left, right, up, down, diagonals, upside down, back and forth, all over the place. It is disorienting, and I imagine you have to remind yourself to focus on your hand gripped with hers.
Very much so, yes. There are multiple times where it is a close call.
But you don't go flinging off into the digital ether out here, and just as quickly as you took off, you come to a stop. And there's no deceleration, it's just you are traveling at ridiculous speeds and then you're still.
Tavik still is stumbling forward as though momentum has just been cut. There is like a good 3 or 4 steps, and there's a moment of having to sort of like brush their hair back into place and sort of fix themselves.
You take those 3 or 4 steps forward, of course, Lisbeth just standing there behind you. You take those 3 or 4 staggered steps forward, sort of catch yourselves on your knee, and you realize you are looking down at a pair of very well-shined shoes.
And slowly Tavik rises and looks up as he is straightening out and pulling on sort of the cuffs of his jacket. He goes, well, that was an experience. As he looks up to make eye contact.
Yes, you see standing in front of you 2 figures that you've met before, but while you were here previously in this sort of... You really only had like a VR sort of headset thing. It was it was like playing Sims, really. It wasn't a full tactile immersive experience for you. You just kind of moved about and saw their icons here. But you are more or less familiar with these people, and Lisbeth has made sure that they portray themselves as human, as opposed to anything else they may want to portray themselves as. But this is Senator Shiho Azamalaki and Dr. Dujana Azamalaki. Shiho being the father, and Dr. Dujana the mother. Shiho is quite tall, really. Probably taller than he actually is. But again, he can define his own parameters here. Clean shaven definitely has well, clean shaven, very short cropped hair. There's just a brush of graying in it. Of course, being an aesthetic choice, because why would you have gray hair if you don't want when you can build your own body? But very well put together. He has what would be an incredibly expensive suit. Though, of course, he probably designed it himself or got it from some digital designer or whatnot. But very sleek, has that sort of asymmetrical, futuristic sci-fi cut to it. But the pinstripes on it do seem to almost trickle like that matrix code that goes down it.
Very neat.
Similar pressed black slacks. Almost an absence of light black. There's black, there's Vanta black, and then there's black hole. And
Black
that
3.0.
right. So there's that. And he has these very piercing blue eyes. And as you stand up and make eye contact, you're not sure, but they almost look like two little worlds in his eyes. Like if you took a world with all those big, pretty blue oceans and green continents and shrunk them down and made them contacts, those are his eyes. Some sort of Asian descent, but again, 12,000 years in the future. Dr. Dujana is a much shorter woman. Very intricate, sort of layered gown situation going on with a bit of a headdress. It doesn't cover the entire face. Bit of a headdress, a lot of frills and dangly bits, sequins and beads and whatnot, golds and whites and browns, a few accents of blues and greens here or there that sort of have this almost wave-like watery ripply motion to them. Something fabric can't do, but in a digital space you can. Much darker complexion. But the two of them strike a very elegant, very almost regal, almost impossibly well put together visage. The father stands there with his arms crossed, clasped behind his back, just sort of looks down his nose at you, not necessarily in a demeaning manner, but in a I'm taller than you and you are currently stooped, I'm looking down at you sort of manner.
Yeah. There is an immediate sort of that very classic Tavik straightening.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect posture, rigid, shoulders squared, head up, chin straight, eyes upwards. Because I imagine, like you said, even standing, he is still taller than Tavik.
Yes.
And then Tavik's arms sort of cross over their chest. He sort of nods his head a bit, sir. Doctor.
Mr. Harrison, welcome to the Constellar.
I have to say that being here in person, I'm not sure if that is the proper terminology to use here, but being here in this method, I realize just how much more intricate your wonderful choices of attire and really the entirety of this place are versus the significantly dulled experience of my last visit.
What is a person if not their mind? And
I
in
suppose
here, the
that
mind
depends
is
on
all
who
that
you
matters. Yes, I suppose that is true. I assume you've been calibrated down to minimal interface.
I have. Thankfully, Lisbeth has done a wonderful job of ensuring my gentle first experience.
And you look over to Lisbeth, and she is trying very hard not to give her father that "Dad, stop" look. Very well. We will attempt to keep things at a proper pace.
I
And
appreciate that.
the moment he punctuates that sentence, he is facing away from you. Like there, you
Yeah.
did not see a turn to him. He's just facing away from you and is beginning to walk towards the entrance of this very large, sort of almost mirror glass, reflective glass building that is vaguely in the shape of like an old cathedral, but instead of stone, it's made of mirrors, and it's been elongated by several hundred feet. It is massive.
So at that sort of turn, there is a moment where Tavik sort of shoots a look back over to Lisbeth just for confirmation that his brain isn't melting, and does his best to play it off, and will follow behind.
All right. You take a few steps forward, and this is quite a long driveway, quite a long walkway until you get to the building. You take a few steps forward, and there you are at the front door. You see him begin to motion towards opening the door, and then the doors are open, and they are both inside. And you vaguely vaguely recall moving between different rooms, but you're not exactly sure what those rooms look like, and you only vaguely recall taking a few steps before you find yourself seated at a long table. An impossibly long table.
I think before that first step, Tavik is going to lean just his head over a little bit towards Lisbeth and very quietly go, "This is going to take quite a lot of getting used to." And that is going to take that first step and be at the table and have punctuated his own statement.
Like I said, they've quickly recalibrated this place to follow your perceived laws of reality.
Part of me cannot wait to see what it will be like when I am fully immersed.
We'll see how creative you can be. And it looks like she takes like a half step back and then just appears on the other side of the table. It is this impossibly long table, but it doesn't appear to be like a big fancy hardwood table. It's a very like stark black. Again, it almost looks like you don't even perceive that it's a three-dimensional object. It just looks like a flat plane of black that you are sitting at. And every now and then there's these ripples of light that move through it, just confirming that it is an actual space. If actual space is really the term you would use.
Tavik is going to try something. Tavik is going to envision a like pen style like stylus, like what I assume is used to write on any digital surface nowadays. in their hand.
Nothing happens.
Cool.
You do that, and you concentrate for just a moment, seeing if you can do it. You look up, and Shiho is regarding you, and Lisbeth does sort of lean in from the other side of the table, and you perceive her being closer to, like, whispering in your ear when she should be like 4 feet away. Somehow both of these are possible, but she whispers in her ear, "You don't have configuration permissions here. Yep. Now you have a stylus in your hand. We'll work
Well,
on that.
now I know.
Yes.
And he's gonna proceed to start sort of spinning it as he sits there, and probably through the length of this conversation.
All right. Yes. Well, I'm fully aware this is probably very exciting and new, many new experiences to experience, and we will get there. Hospitality, I'm sure, is a tad different than it may be what you are used to. We do not require sustenance. I suppose I could invite you to stay for dinner, though I've not prepared anything.
Do you have to prepare things here?
To a degree, yes. The more complex a form we want to create, the longer it will take.
I suppose that does make sense. Well, not to worry. I think that we will spend plenty of time together discussing business. I'm sure by the end of it, you will be plenty sick of me and be glad I don't stay for dinner.
He doesn't chuckle or smile at that. It is just a rigid, stoic, not necessarily stare down, but very, very little acknowledgement that you tried to make light of the situation.
And there's no faltering in response from
Yeah.
Tavik. This is not new to him. Well, all of this is new to him, but this one particular part of it,
Right.
that's the part that's not new to him.
But if spatial awareness means anything here anymore, we have you on one side of the table, Lisbeth on the other. Just next to Lisbeth would be Dujana, and then sort of at the head of the table is Shiho. But stretching impossibly back into some pinpoint horizon somewhere, this black plane just seems to, triangle out into the distance. Even though you should be in something that resembles a building right now, but don't worry about that. Dujana does lean in, put an arm on her husband, sort of crossed arms. It doesn't say anything, but just does sort of pat his arm, and turns back to regard you, Tavik. It is a pleasure having you in our home. Actually, we are unaccustomed, many people here in the Constellar are unaccustomed to the limited interfaces that the rest of Union or the other polities rely on. Now that you are properly configured for this space, you are welcome to come and go as you please.
I appreciate that greatly. Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I suppose we have some things to discuss.
Yes. Quite a bit, I expect.
Shiho clears his throat, knowing full well that he does not have to, but
Power plays are power plays.
yes. Yes, Lisbeth has informed us that there has been a change in plans. And while I do question the level of commitment that brings up, we are still at preliminary stages and can work to find a better avenue you're more comfortable with.
Agreed, although with respect, I don't think that it's the plan that has changed in any way, really, just the angle from which it is perceived.
As you say. Well then, Mr. Harrison, or would you prefer John Tavik?
I think for the sake of making the point of this conversation, Mr. Harrison will be fine afterwards, perfectly comfortable with Havoc.
Business through and through, then. Very well. I suppose,
Would you-
then, my first question is, how has this changed your perception of the plan?
Well, I don't think it's had much change on my perception of the plan. For me, my relationship and how it may or may not be defined with Lisbeth has never played any significant role in what my intentions here with you or SSC are. But I can understand why the optics on it would be different now. My intent remains the same, to work on finding a way to benefit both of us in the long run. All of us.
That is certainly still achievable. However, I'm sure you cannot deny, even in your understanding of real-world politics, he says with a slight smirk, that the formation of an actual Harrison Azamalaki house would be incredibly influential.
Oh, to be certain, yes.
Well, that aside, starting from the beginning, then, what is it you propose?
Well, as you said, there have to be a number of changes with how we approach things because I can understand from your end why there would be more trepidation with the perceived lessened commitment or investment on my end, initially at least. But I do believe that between the recognition that my name and brand carry and the meaning that would come with having me associated with and perhaps even eventually finding a seat deep within your group, that there is a lot to be garnered there. On top of which, I believe that if we were to find a situation in which I would have reason to want the most beneficial outcome for Smith Shimano, that I would then be motivated to ensure that with any information that I have, regardless of where it came from. But baby steps. Because there is trust to be grown, and I imagine after the change in approach, that there has to be those showings of commitment up front.
Indeed. You seem to have a history of moving on from your expectations. We will have to come to a point where our shared expectations are properly cemented together.
Of course. I understand that, and you're right, I do have a bit of a history, although I would imagine that that history, at least in this instance, is largely to your benefit. If it wasn't the first time, I imagine that Smith Shimano had a good laugh and perhaps a couple of upticks in value when it became news that the Harrison had stepped away from, well, Harrison. And if me simply leaving could do that, imagine what would happen if I was seen sporting one of your frames. Imagine what would happen if at some point a Harrison, the Harrison, was to sit on your board, for example. More than just a short-term rise, I would imagine.
I hate to dampen your spirits, Mr. Harrison, but your departure from your corporation has had little impact. I'm sure you are very well aware that they will simply make another.
I am well aware that if they were to turn around and do that without having a very tight story as to why, it would only damage the stewards whose control I imagine is, as it ever was, only so ironclad, especially with 3 at best still traveling the purview and at worst gone forever.
Well, I will admit that you have a far better grasp of the Harrison internal politics than I do, but from a marketing standpoint, has little impact.
Hmm.
But having your name associated with ours, whether or not they replace you as the figurehead, could still be quite beneficial to both of us. While it's unlikely that this will lead to any actual merger of our two corporations,
Certainly not.
perhaps it's even better that we can move on with all the benefits of such without being tied down to such.
I happen to agree. I think ultimately we both can benefit quite more from this arrangement and what it may blossom into, as opposed to if I had carried with me what is fundamentally a contrarian perception of existence to your own.
Quite. Well, Dujana interjects. Well, perhaps we can start small. What is it you propose, then, we begin with? What is you are looking to gain out of this in the short term?
In the short term, well, part of that I would admit is that I'm already here, and that itself is a boon. I'm sure you would agree. But, and he's going to stop twirling the stylus for a moment, and then look up and go, would it be possible for me to have something to utilize this with?
I suppose, if that helps.
It will take some time for me to wrap my brain around all of this, so I hope you will forgive my need to lean on what would otherwise be methods for.
Very well.
You know.
I do have vague recollection that in my childhood, the process of writing something out does help cement it in the mind. Anything you perceive yourself doing here, any data we exchange, will be stored in your mind. I suppose then it will come down to how easily you will be able to recall such vast amount of data. It will get easier as you are able to increase the sensitivity. Very well. She motions to the table in front of you, and there's another little white rectangular plane.
Thank you. And as he continues to speak, he's going to talk a lot about the potential for sharing some of the basic strategies for Harrison expansion and things like that. Not any deep details, because of course we first have to come to an arrangement, but outlining some of those things as they are sort of sketching out schematics for what is a modified Lux Iconic Metal Mark frame. And by the time he is finished, he's going to sort of turn it, and he won't push it towards them, but he's going to think about it being over there and seeing if that works.
No.
Yeah, he's going to.
I think there are several small attempts that you make throughout this to do various things.
Yeah.
You have no permission to do anything here. You are viewer only mode right now, friend.
He's trying. He's got to try, right? Yeah.
But again, almost sensing what you are trying to do, Shiho just sort of. There really isn't even. I was gonna say he blinks, but he doesn't have to blink. There's really no outward perception.
It's just there, right?
Yeah, but what you had drawn on your tablet is now just projected, almost hologram style in front of him.
And I think that ultimately these will be good first steps. I get seen riding around in your hardware. You get a couple of basic steps that can be taken to perhaps shift some of incoming investments for the next few quarters. And we get to show each other that we are committed.
I can recognize some basic blending of Harrison technology. I don't see anything I don't at least recognize. But it could be the start of blending two different systems together.
What you will find, I think, is especially if we can take the time to really dig into what makes the Lux Iconic line, well, iconic, and what it is that makes people who like the Armory's designs unique, you will find an easier way to steer people away from one to the other. Giving them a middle ground that I guarantee you Harrison has no interest in having will, with time, bring more eyes and support and investors. And this is just the first step. It would be foolish of me to give you everything.
Of course. Sound ideas. We can continue to refine this, and he just sort of motions and it quickly disappears. We can continue to refine this. Time is largely inconsequential in here. I'm sure the meeting goes on for quite a while. We don't need to play the whole thing out. I imagine you perceive being here for hours and hours and hours.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't seem to tire at all. You don't feel tired. Not physically tired, but I'm sure just mentally exhausted with the social stress of all of this.
I mean, Tavik in a normal hour-long like sit down for anything like this, already Tavik feels mentally exhausted. Add on all that, it's just
right.
Yes, he is not showing as best he can, but yep.
And towards the end of all of this, and Dujana is in no way a silent observer. She is very much involved in everything going on, and is most interested in finding ways to better incorporate SSC's mind-to-machine interfaces into anything you are working on. That seems to be her specialty. But while Shiho is continuing to go on about this, that, and the other thing, getting into specifications, asking you questions about various things, very quickly jumping from a very technical topic to a very political topic to a very social topic to throwing in some little quip about your relationship, he seems to be all over the place in whether it's an attempt to throw you off or it's just a side effect of having a vastly expanded digital consciousness at this point, but it's hard enough to stay with him during all of this conversation, let alone try to get any sort of prediction as to where he's going to try to head him off in the conversation.
Would it be possible for me to potentially make a take control role to try and get better grip on steering this conversation?
What is the max number of difficulty I can give you? What is it, 3 or 4? I mean, if you really want to roll, I will let you roll, but I'm going to say it's a difficulty, at least one difficulty, because you're at minimal sensitivity for this interface, and you are
Yeah.
you are literally
Oh.
lagging behind.
Right, I'm lagging. You
Yeah.
know what? Nope, I forgot about that, but I don't think Tavik would, and is just gonna let Shiho take point here.
Yeah.
That is correct, and I completely, yep, nope,
Yeah.
nope, don't even want to pretend.
Yeah. It's probably not something you are perceiving because you are lagging in, like, nanoseconds, but for somebody who lives
Oh, it's an
nanoseconds
eternity
at a
for me,
time, yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's like he's having this conversation. You can almost see a few times he gets this sort of like far off, almost like look, and you just imagine like yourself with the buffering sort of circle.
The little beach ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, nope. Then yeah, just letting Shiho steer everything, getting in where they can, and putting out valuable information where possible, and absolutely positively not engaging on any jabs thrown his way over the relationship whatsoever. He's got it. That's fine. There's nothing to gain there, and Tavik is practicing self-control. For now. We'll see how long that lasts.
So after a while, and you do begin to feel it. You feel it's almost like an out-of-body headache. You know you have a headache, but you don't just feel it in your head. You feel it in your head and your arms and your legs and the couch over there. It's an entire reality permeating discomfort that is happening. And pretty much as soon as you acknowledge that to yourself, not out loud, but to yourself, Dujana will speak up. I believe that's probably enough for today, dear. Mr. Harrison, if you would not have objection to it, I could better oversee your integration into our Constellar. That is where my specialty lies.
And there's a moment where Tavik's eyes again sort of glance over to Lisbeth, because Lisbeth had been the one sort of handling it as far as I'm aware, and he doesn't want to step on toes and just wants to make sure that that's a green light from Lisbeth before he...
You get no reaction from Lisbeth.
Helpful.
Except that you know it is a very purposeful non-reaction from Lisbeth. I'm sure you can have, what is it, Far Station 12, whatever facilities they have there, be able to maintain your interface, but we don't need to jump into anything right now. If you would be more comfortable with Lisbeth or the physicians there at the local campus looking over it, we can start there. It'll be quite some time before you are capable of the higher sensitivity levels that I am working with.
I appreciate that, yes. I think that the ultimate goal will be to have you handle that. But for the time being, I think it would be... Well, if I'm being quite honest, I think it would be very boring for you, and I think Lisbeth most likely has it completely under control, especially with such a great person to have picked up information from.
Oh, I'm sure I would find it a thoroughly amusing time poking around in your mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I suppose lucky for me that I will be sticking with Lisbeth for the time being.
She
but
gives
you'll
you
get your chance to prod, don't worry.
That joking smirk and a nod, mostly to herself, that she made a joke at your expense.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose we should be wrapping this up then. We wouldn't want your brain to melt.
It wouldn't be as amusing if it did.
No. Your brain won't actually melt. You hear Lisbeth whisper in your ear. And then all of a sudden, you are all standing outside. There is... Shiho holds out his arm, and by holds out his arm, I mean they are behind his back, and then suddenly his arm is out.
I will take his hand.
You'll shake. Dr. Dujana does a similar thing. I imagine you shake her hand as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Lisbeth reaches out her hand once again. Imagine you clasp your hand in hers, and you wake up.
And there's a gasp.
And I think with that gasp and probably wide-eyed as you quickly sit up, we will cut away from the scene there. And I know that ran a little long, but it's something we've been hoping to fit in for a while. So let's jump forward then. This will probably be much quicker. I want to get you guys down into the hangar bay, but August. On your system, you've actually noticed you've had a message for some time now. You didn't send your letter to Jonna until after you got back from your first mission. And I imagine that it took you some time just to write that, because getting back from that first mission with everything that happened with the Oracle, you were pretty shaken from that.
Yeah, it was a thing.
And then by the time you had gotten yourself together, written that, sent that out, well, by the time that was all done, of course, you were called in for your, okay, get ready, you're leaving tonight mission out to the observatory. So this probably came in the intervening 4 years or so. But you do have a response from Jonna. So you can go over to your terminal and pull that up. As the picture opens up, if you could describe Jonna for us.
Jonna is similar to August, probably looks early to mid 20s. They're roughly the same age, given relativistic travel and all this kind of stuff at this point.
So Jonna is actually perceivably younger than you at this point.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she probably looks.
She doesn't look much
maybe
older.
about 20.
Yeah.
So she's definitely on the younger side looking there then. She has very dark skin. Hair is this thick black hair that's typically pulled up right back behind her head, and a tail. These very kind of watery gray eyes, and this almost permanent smirk that seems to be attached to her face, because everything's a goddamn joke one way or another. I would imagine she's probably wearing whatever jumpsuit kind of thing that the merchant company that she's working for, that they give to the people in their ships. In my head, I'm totally picturing, the alien kind of,
Yeah. The alien
what is it,
jumpsuit.
olive drab
Yeah.
jumpsuit kind of thing, probably pulled down off the shoulders.
Yeah, pulled down off the shoulders, tied around her waist. She's got that Battlestar Galactica like t-shirt over the sci-fi tank top thing.
100%. Yes, the white tank top with the and her hair is up. Like I said, it's up back behind her head, and it's always wrapped in this bright red tie that she always uses for whatever reason. She always wants some bright red tie.
All right. Yeah, and you see her as you described. Yeah, you do recognize, as I first pointed out, that she has not aged as much as you. You recall you both aged out of your orphanage around the same time, around the same age. Yeah. You decided to head off to Union Academy training and between waiting for admission, going through training, Lancer training, time on Far Station 12, you're probably a good 5, 6, 8 years older than her at this point. Because it seems she jumped on a transport and has been living mostly in near sea this entire time. So she looks very similar to how you remember her, and there's still that youthfulness. Not that you're necessarily lacking all that much youthfulness, but there is that sort of, late 20s, early 30 something looking at a college kid. Like, when you're in college, you're like, we're not college kids. You're like, no, you're a college kid. But you can see it looks like she's just standing at a console somewhere, maybe bent over a little bit to look in the screen more. You can see every now and then there's a few people who walk behind her. It looks like she's not necessarily in a corridor. It doesn't look like she's on the bridge, but she's probably at some workstation somewhere. But definitely an older looking interior of a ship. Not nearly as sterile and sleek looking as Union Navy ships, top of the line Navy ships that you're used to. The military ring and all of their ships and newer frame models that you're used to working with. It doesn't look antiquated, but it definitely does have that very alien sort of, you can see exposed pipework. And you can see vents and whatnot that look like they have been patched up a number of different times. You might not notice it, but there's like 3 different types of screws holding some plate on, and
So
this
that's
piece of
absolutely
metal.
something that August would notice.
Right.
That is 100%.
Right. Given the fidelity of the picture, of course.
Mhm.
But yeah, you can see this looks like an older ship that is being very well maintained, but very clearly maintained. But the image pops up. She's on camera there with a beaming smile. August, it's good to hear from you. I gotta say, you're looking old. As you can see, life zooming from star to star has kept my youthful glow. But I'm glad to hear they've moved you on to active missions. That sounds fun. I hope it's fun. Not that I want to hear you're in danger, though. I suspect you can handle it. But because I really wasn't looking forward to watching your life on fast forward, and I'm on a bit of a long haul here. Probably, for a while. I got a good gig. It's it's obviously been less time for me than it has for you, but I think I'm doing pretty well here. Moved up to second officer at this point. I mean, it's a cargo ship. It's nothing illustrious, the second officer to a cargo ship, but it's something. I mean, give it I don't know, give it 20, 30 of my years, maybe less, who knows. I might be able to work my way up to captain, get my own ship. I'm not sure. That's the plan. At least that's the plan. Doing some side hustles on the job, which is of course absolutely legit. But I'm sure you working in the thick of union and all that, and you got the whole social credit situation and whatnot, but out on the long rim, that social credit, everybody gets what they need, doesn't go as far as you might think. So I'm stockpiling a little bit of mana away for my own. But yeah, out on the long rim, it's wild out here. I have never seen so many habitable planets all right next to each other. It's like out of those old pulp sci-fi vids. Yeah, I mean I can imagine. It's crazy out where you are. It's crazy out where I am. But sounds like whatever they have you working on out there in that far station's got you a little spooked. So yeah, and I guess let me know what's going on. I mean, I don't think you and I could be any further away. I'm pretty sure the long rim and wherever you are at is we are hundreds of light years apart, which is fascinating when you think about, how far this message is traveling. Omninet and all that. But at the very least, that means you are far, far away, presumably, from any Baronic posturing or Olmec nonsense. So who knows what could be going on out where you are. I guess just stay safe. Kick some ass if you have to. As for me, yeah, only a few years, my end. I mean, spend a couple weeks here or there, planet side, maybe on a station, before moving on. Spend most of my time in near sea. Spend most of my time with these chumps here, and you hear a sort of chuckling grunt from somebody walking in the background. It's a family. It's I'm surprised by how much of a family it is. Surprised. I hope you're finding something similar, because I know neither of us really had that, and I know family is a big word. It's those are some big capital letters people squeeze together, sometimes for very loose connections. But when you're with a group that you live with, day in day out, traveling light years at a time, you yeah, you get used to people, crotchety old bastards and all. So you know. Yeah, I could go on, but I can't imagine talking about shipping manifests and what sort of critters get into all our boxes would be all that interesting to a big hotshot Lancer pilot. But it's good to hear from you. And if you do get anywhere with those new energy sinks, power couplings you're working on, maybe shoot a download my way before you pass them on, because we could use any advantage we can get, really. Yeah. Oh, and that NHP, you got your own NHP. That's wild. That's and like a baby NHP, right? You're talking like, I mean, I don't know if baby NHP is the proper term for whatever weird paracausal nonsense they are, but that's wild. That's wild. I don't even know how to ask questions about that, because it's not an AI, right? It's not just a machine mind. Like it's a person, except you're making it into a person, or at least a person that you can recognize as a person. Is it like watching something grow up, or is it like building something grow up? Which I know doesn't make grammatical sense. But that's NHPs for you, I guess. Anyway, I can ramble on. I do miss seeing you, August. Being able to sit down, pass some beers around, actually talk. Yeah, I'll probably be out this way running this line for decades, at least galactic time. But I don't know. New lines are opening up all the time. There's, like I said, plenty of Baronic posturing going on. Some new house trying to make waves, get into new shipping lines. It's a whole thing. So who knows? The galaxy really is shrinking like you seem to think it is. Maybe we'll get together again sometime. I'd like that. I don't know when I'm going to have an extended amount of time off that matches yours, but I'll ping you when I got time. We'll see what works out. All right, I gotta double check cargo and manifests and fix. I wear a lot of hats around here. It's exhausting. Good talking, friend. Take care.
You too. Feel like he'd sit there for a little bit, just kind of. Like he'd probably watch it again, and then probably, I imagine Athen would probably get a message shortly after that. Hey, I'm going for a run. You want to come?
Hell yeah, man.
And then, yeah, he'd go out.
All right. Well, we can slide cut to a quick montage of you guys jogging along the central park here in the station. But unless there is anything more, any particular scenes you guys would like to play out individually, you know that you have already put in for your various license levels. I imagine, Logan, Athen, we don't need to do yet another conversation with Stormkirk, unless you guys really want it. But you can put in for the Studebaker, you can put in for the Blackbeard, and all of that will eventually get approved and trickled down, and you all learn that your new license levels have been confirmed and are ready for you to build your mechs again.
Build a mech workshop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So, actually, yeah, you all get a group call from Haley Alzada, Hazy. You can pull that up however you would, data plating on a pad, whatever it may be. Hey friends, yeah, we got some new toys for you to print out and play with. Yeah, I've got the word in, got some tables set up for you. I got the machines already printing out basic framework. I'll let you go through your own license levels and pick your gear, print that out, plop it on, whatever it may be. But I'm working on I got some nice chairs picked out for y'all. I know they melted down everything, which is highly unusual. But I got some nice little cockpits designed for you. Come on down. We'll work it out.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I've been waiting for this.
All right. Who's grabbing the Franks? Who's grabbing the beers?
I'll get the beers.
I'll swim by
Okay.
Frank's, grab some stuff.
All right. Well then, I guess I'll bring the tunes.
You got more than that honky tonk stuff, right?
I mean, it's better than that stuff Athen keeps playing.
I'm sorry.
Hey.
The what stuff?
All right, your music choices are valid.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Donk Donk Donk. How you don't get the Yeah. I'll make sure that the list is diverse. We don't want you getting offended or bored or something. I don't know what you do.
Well, I do wish I could just plug all of your playlists into Foundry, but then YouTube would never let me post anything.
No.
So, we'll go with what we have. A little sci country here. All right, so you can grab some burgers and fries and milkshakes and whatnot from Frank's. You can go and grab a few 6-packs of various different alcoholic beverages. Hazy always has her own supply of various things.
Yeah. That was why I wasn't gonna say I was gonna grab that because Hazy's already gonna be there.
Yeah. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Hazy's got it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can all head down to the actual Lancer maintenance hangar bay there. As Lancers, you have your own space. You're not sharing it with the proper Navy mobile cavalry or any of like the flight decks or whatnot. You have your own Lancer maintenance bay, and you have those giant alcoves that can hold anything from a size 1/2, mostly up to size 2. There's like 1 or 2 really huge spaces set aside for up to size 4 mechs, but currently nobody's using anything that massive. But you do see your dedicated alcoves are all empty, aside from the box there that had Kitsune in it, whether or not you've done anything with the casket in the meantime. But that's there unless you would have done anything with it. And yeah, you see the fabricators have already been moved out. There's a number of different movable platforms, risers that you can stand on to work on various areas as things are printed out. And yeah, the printers are all turned on. You can head to your own various stations, though they're all, close enough that you're all working together actively, and you can bring up your new license levels, your previous license levels, any other projects you were previously working on, and of course, before you get any of the new stuff printed out and tacked on, you do actually have to rebuild your cockpit and the Fisher-Price framework that you bolt everything onto. So I imagine that's going to be most of what you guys are doing while you sort of hang out. Hazy does walk up as the lot of you. I think it's the 3 of you right now, actually. August, Logan, and Appen. It seems Tavic's running a little late, and Shiv's running a little late. Haven't heard from Shiv recently. It's a little unusual. I'm sure she's fine. But
She's
Hazy,
probably just pulled up in her room.
Yeah. Hazy kind of drifts over. And let me bring this up. And let me play around with our background here. Fabricator. Where is that? I need the hangar bay. We'll go with that. Alright, and then we can bring everybody else into the scene. We got Starblood, we got Solitaire, we got Blacksmith. And, for the first time, Hazy. So, yeah, Starblood's not here. It's Disparado. There we go. So, Hazy, Haliel Zeta, is a relatively short woman, fairly young looking, really, considering the position that she holds. Very muscular, very, very well built. Not bodybuilder-esque, but definitely, she works for a living. She's had manual labor jobs. She works construction. But she always has this beaming smile on a lot of the time. And eyes that are just a little unfocused. Has this short mop of probably bleached, not all the way, but lightly bleached or dyed blonde hair. Just this short, frizzy, messy mop of hair on her head. Has a big tool belt, and is, of course, currently sporting a big, poofy orange and yellow vest and a sort of tied-off jumper. Construction jumper and whatnot, high visibility sort of stuff. But she comes over, she has some big, like, Omni tool in one hand, and she has some rolled up cigarette-like thing in the sort of, like, under the strap of her tank top that's slowly drifting smoke. All right. Yeah, we don't We don't do all that much. We should. Yeah, let's build some mechs. I'm sorry about your old ones. I'm sure that was I know I didn't mean to blow you off when I told you about it before. That wasn't me, by the way. I had nothing to do with that. I learned about that a little bit before you guys came in. I let you know.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
Yeah.
We didn't think it was you.
I know how you folks get real attached to the machines, and I get it. Believe me, I get it. So yeah, let's
You got any more of that?
Oh, certainly. Yeah. She reaches the folded down part of her jumper and like pulls open a zipper, and just a few like scatter on the floor, and she zips it up and leans down, brushes them off, hands you one.
Okay, he's gonna take one. I'm gonna offer a beer.
Man, you guys are fun. We're gonna have a blast.
Yeah, I brought you a burger too there, Hazy. Feel free to grab some.
You read my
Good
mind.
burgers, fries, and all that.
Ooh. You know, you guys are quickly becoming my favorites.
That's what we aim for.
All right.
You know, as if I may, when you light it,
Mhm.
you hear from behind you a few steps away. You know those things are going to kill you.
If
These
this
things-
is what, so if this is what takes me out, then the rest of the world's doing it wrong.
These things are exactly why I am alive, my friend.
Mm.
Now that's a story. Now that's a story.
You will definitely have to tell us someday.
Yeah, I feel like that's a whole thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, you know, when an asteroid blows up and you only have a few bits of scrap laying around to survive for a few weeks, it helps having something to take the edge off.
Sure. Yeah. For sure.
All right, it's been a while since I built something straight from scratch. Let's do this old school, guys. Yeah, I printed out some frame stuff already. I figured, you know, I'm gonna have some fun with this. Whether you want to just print it out and let the automation take over, you know, I get it. But it's been a while since I built some custom cockpits. So you guys let me know what you want, and we'll get it drafted out.
Oh, this is perfect then. And I actually have like some schematics like pulled up already and sketched out. And what I'm wanting for my core is actually going to be, think Pacific Rim style, where I physically kind of like latch in to control like the arms and legs.
Hell yeah.
And so it's one of those, it's going to be, there's enough space for me to actually like stand in the mech. I'm not going to be like in a seat, at least at this point. There will be something probably cradling like basically from like my back down to about my tailbones. That way I can like lean back a little bit. But yeah, we're getting physical with mine.
All right. Oh no, that'll be real fun. We're test out some new actuators. We'll have to get the tension just right.
Hell yeah.
I'm sure you want a good workout. You want to feel it, but you don't want to get too exhausted.
Nah.
Yeah, it sounds tiring just thinking about it. Meanwhile, August is already throwing up on the hollow board here. It's like a kind of a deep-seated crash couch thing almost, where you sit back in and everything is like right here, or just plugged straight in to the what's it called? Subject sensitivity. This data port thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The sensitivity suite. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, the thing I can't remember the name of.
I think Desperado has just a cage. He's got a seat, but he is printed effectively the front half. Don't fucking judge me. We're going full cowboy with it, right? Okay, it's the front half of a saddle.
Nice.
So like the actual seating is like saddle, but the back of the chair is an actual back. So he can move with the hips,
Do you have like
but he still
foot
has
controls?
probably, yeah. Yeah.
Love it.
Well,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
And there's. Sorry.
No,
you
go ahead. Go.
I'm saying there's 4 because he's actually got multiple arms. So there, so there are now like 4 handles.
Yeah, you got those multiple arm things going on. Yeah, I could probably rig something up for that. Because you use your legs for your legs and your arms for your arms. We might be able to tie it into some sort of shoulder movement. Really, she kind of does this little like shimmy for a little bit. We'll work something out.
Great.
Unfortunately, I'm not quite as exciting as the rest of you. Tavik sort of just again starts typing in the air, and you can see streams of just data on the data pad on his wrist, and then he sort of flicks his hand, and it will also sort of take up. It will push solitaire schematic so that it's like half screened. And it's very much the classic like tight cockpit with all of the dials and buttons and all of the screens that can possibly be fit. There are no like standard issue controls. Instead, under the panel are these 2 like rounded out slots where he can put his hands in and then sort of pull back to pull out the controls. On those is almost what look like little thumbsticks, which are going to control the smaller hands, the bottom set of little grippers. Yeah, and there is a conspicuous port in the back. There's a wire in the back of the seat.
All right. Are you going to try to because this is something you could have discussed with the Azumawakis, an actual full neural interface for your mech?
Not yet.
Not
I
yet.
want it to be in the mech so that it is available, but
It'll
it's
take
something
some
that
practice to get used
I
to.
want to make sure. Yeah, Tavik is not going to jump headfirst into that. First, we're going to finish sort of figuring out the Constellar, and then we'll get into that. So maybe the next time we're back on Far Station 12, we can talk about that. But for now, it's there so it's usable when it needs to be.
Smart.
Or in a worst case scenario, if his arms get injured and he doesn't have a choice. He can try. It'll be flailing, but he can try.
All right. Well, that doesn't sound like your typical Harrison design.
He
Huh.
gets some side eye. Like,
All right. Well,
We've decided to make some decisions.
Decided to make some decisions. That's not vague.
Well, assuming we're going to be here building, it'll all come together.
Seems
Tavik,
like
you want
you're
a
up
milkshake?
to.
What was that?
you want a milkshake?
No, thank you. But I do appreciate
not?
the offer.
Try one. Try one. I dare you.
No,
Dare you. You won't.
I
you
won't.
won't.
You're right. You're correct.
going
Damn,
once,
Tav. That's whack as fuck.
going twice. She grabs it and just...
All right, I think it's time to get to work, and I'm gonna like shrug like out of like my jacket. I'm basically gonna be putting on like a heavy leather like welder's jacket more than anything, more to like protect my arms. But it's just like tank top underneath, so you can definitely still see that there's like some muscle showing off a little bit. And I'm gonna get printing and actually customizing some of my stuff. Case in point, when I print out my nanocarbon blade, I'm gonna actually take like a big torch and like weld into it BFS on it.
Who are you showing off for, blacksmith?
Everyone.
Himself.
I mean,
Yeah.
You can
Yeah,
show
well,
off
look,
any
I'm
way
just-
you like.
And it's I'm gonna like flex. Hey, when you look this pretty, and just do like little like kind of like kiss on the arm kind of thing.
the worst. The
I
worst.
actually just
Hey,
see that.
Hey, look, you gotta tempt the married man every once in a while. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, right. That's me. Falling head over heels as we speak.
That's what I thought.
How is your
Or more
husband?
He's good. He's doing good. He's got some time off before we make some alternate plans to his living situation.
Interesting. Glad to hear.
Yeah.
As like a complete contrast to what Blacksmith is doing, because of course it is. I mean, most if not all of the customization that's being done for Tavic's build has been done and baked in, kind of, I imagine, based on the schematics that they went over and the final designs they agreed on. With the sole exception being the need to put in the Herculean cannon, as those are not schematics that he is sharing, yet at least. Yeah, so a lot of what is happening here is really just setting things up to print and keeping a close eye on ensuring that they are printing properly, and then it will be less dealing with the hardware and more dealing with the software. So it's very much the opposite of Blacksmith's hands-on approach.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of just...
I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say there's a lot of like typing and adjusting and then readjusting and then just sort of waiting and seeing how the output looks and then going from there. Which is also very strange. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
You're fine. I imagine so. He's probably gonna haul the Kitsune's casket out of the bay and pull out this other crate of shit that he had probably tucked in there as well, so that there's room for the printing stuff to start going and getting set up, and he's basically, it's a mass of circuit boards and wires and all this kind of stuff that would probably be pretty recognizable as, all this prototype weapon stuff that he has been working on. It's just the newest version of this that he's putting together and tweaking, while everything else is starting to be done by the automated processes.
I think Desperado has a lot of printed. He is also, working by hand because, an engineer. You guys can also see part of his building, like a pretty good majority of it is actually with some of the ammo that he's going to be loading into it. There are a few different cartridges that he is making that are going into the several pistols or revolvers, we'll say, that he has. And I think most importantly, there's a paint job with the 4 hands. The top hands have aces. The bottom ones have 8s. He's also got a poncho for this one. Like it came with its own poncho to hide the arms in there.
Nice.
That way we don't have to steal a tarp again.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
All right. We might work on something with that. In fact, Hazy will come over. There might be something we could do with this. Instead of just, a canvas poncho, we might be able to get some, like, nanocarbon sheets or something. Maybe throw in a little, reflective displays. Emitters of some kind.
I mean, I'm all ears, Hazy.
Reactive density polymers. Like, flick things away. I'm gonna work on some things for you.
Okay.
That's a thought behind it.
Yeah.
Reactive density polymer. Doesn't
Yeah.
make it hurt.
All right.
Well, we got all your stuff printed out on the various machines. There's another one of you, right?
Shiv?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll get their stuff started. Goes over to one of the other printers, pulls up on a terminal, starts typing some things away. All right, that should do it. He takes a few steps forward, and then you notice just some blinking from the console over there. She stopped. Oh, okay. Rushes back and just like taps on a key, and everything shuts down.
Anything good?
Problem?
Your friend's into some weird shit.
I mean,
You ain't kidding.
And
yeah,
it's
that,
no surprise at all.
yeah, I think that happened last time too.
What was it?
Yeah, it looked like it was starting to be a Duskwing, and then it really wasn't. So, we're gonna... Well, it shut down, so I shut it down. Probably why they're not here right now.
Havoc is
No.
going to take a step over towards August and just sort of lean in and quietly go, this isn't the first time that they've had a problem like this.
Oh, there's some shit going on.
Have you heard from Shiv at all lately?
Not for a few days.
Hmm.
I don't think they got
I mean-
arrested again, do you?
I mean, let's be honest. I feel like Shiv usually kind of like barricades herself in her room.
I mean, you ain't wrong.
I go on a mini vacation and you lose the small one.
I mean,
What's up
she's
with that,
easy to
guys?
lose.
She's small, all right. Like, also, like, you know how she is with all of her computers and tech shit.
Sure, which is why you go and check to make sure that they're at least eating at least once a day.
I mean, it's like a cat, you know? They just...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Did you
I know.
remember to food and water our goblin cat?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
All right. You're all
no.
grounded. You're all grounded.
Sure, Dad.
Every single one of you.
I don't know why you say every single one of us as though this was part of my job.
You're a friend now. So yeah,
Touching.
I know. I'm a very sentimental individual. Okay. While we're waiting on this shit to print, I'm gonna go check on Shiv.
I'll come with you.
I mean, look, anything that prints, I can work on setting it up for you. I got a basic idea of your schematics and can at least work on your guns.
Okay. Leave the spicy one on the back table.
Oh,
the rest
yeah.
of them are good to go.
Look, the basic ones I got.
Yeah.
Solitaire, if you would be willing to occasionally check in to make sure that things are printing properly on my end.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Make sure it's good.
I'll keep everything
Thank
running. You go check on your goblin cat.
Thanks.
You?
And
Okay.
she turns and looks over to Athen and takes a big drag on whatever this is. I'm gonna forget that I saw that, and I'm gonna be over here if you guys need anything.
Yeah, that's fair. Hey,
You just
actually,
need a potato.
before you leave, I need one of those. I'm gonna take one, and then I'm literally going to light it with a blowtorch.
Yeah. She takes one behind her ear and just sort of tosses it at you. You can grab it. Well, the points off for wasting, but points on for flair.
Just gotta raise the eyebrows. Gets back to work.
And you keep playing with that blowtorch, you ain't gonna have it in my eyebrows.
Eh, I ain't worried about it.
So, for brevity's sake, Desperado, Starblood, you head out, make your way back to the military ring. Of course, Shiv seems to be not confined, but she doesn't seem to be able to get a civilian apartment like you guys are able to. But you head over to her quarters and their quarters, and they're not there. Or at least they're not opening their door.
Okay. Going to call.
Yeah, I imagine you get a voicemail, which I should ask Haley to do. But you get a voicemail.
Anything?
Hey, this is Shiv.
No.
If I know you, I'll call you back. If not, fuck off.
No.
Is there anywhere else where they might be?
Those places, I very purposefully stayed away from.
You say that, and I find it concerning.
I'm gonna go wherever they would be held up if they went to jail.
Okay. You can head over to the naval brig. He's not
Okay.
there.
Okay. That's good. Well, they're not.
Unless she was arrested in
not-
one of the several civilian precincts, that would take you all day, if not longer, to go and search every one of them.
I'm not doing that.
Well, if
Okay.
they're not there, it does minimize the amount of bad possibilities.
Sure. And they do go off from time to time. Like this.
Of course they do.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the hangar.
Before we go back, I have a question. So, as Lancers, we are not an actual part of this tiered system of Navy, correct?
Not technically.
Not in any official capacity, but in
Yeah.
unofficial capacities, ish, kind of, right?
Yeah.
Would I be able to try and use our position as Lancers to convince whoever happens to be the lowest ranking individual who happens to be working at the brig to just perhaps inform us if Shiv does happen to pop up here for one reason or another? Could I maybe try and pull rank on them?
I mean, you could grab an ensign mopping the floor, and just being a Harrison and going through Lancer training, you could probably bravado your way through him.
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't have to be anyone in any, like, important position, just someone who would be able to have eyes there and let us know if they do happen to turn up here.
Yeah. There's this relatively young, probably even a cadet, even not even fully out of academy training, cadet that's just taking a sanitary atomizer to various surfaces and whatnot.
And it's the full-on, like, what Logan will immediately recognize as that, like, first day at the academy, piercing stare, silent, just, like, straight, always constantly judging you negatively. Classic Tav.
Yeah. The same thing Shiho was doing to you yesterday.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes.
You're quite familiar with it.
Yeah, maybe better at it now, having seen someone else do it more.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Short person, pink hair. Got it. I will let you know.
Lovely. Thank you, Ensign. What was it?
Custard.
Wonderful. Sort of pats them on the arm and then turns on heel and just walks out and gives Logan kind of an almost bemused look as they.
And you leave him standing there like ramrod straight. Like, am I dismissed?
Dismissed. I'm gonna walk with Tavik. You're a fucking menace.
I think that may be another compliment. Thank you.
Not yes and no. Let's say this. Yes and no.
Well, you have your methods and I have mine. But they work.
Sure.
Besides, if he ever does get the opportunity to tell us that he's seen them come in, I'm sure he will be very proud of himself for being part of something exciting or different. Because I can't imagine mopping the floors and scrubbing walls all day is going to be exhilarating.
No, more than likely not. So yes, you did do him a favor while also scaring the absolute shit out of him.
Sure.
So, shall we get back?
Yes, let's.
Great.
You wanna put any posters up? Missing Goblin Cat?
No. No, that'll just draw attention to them, and we don't want that.
We
They're
have to
clearly doing
find
something.
we have to find a way to change their call sign now.
I really want that character art now of like a little chibi green-skinned like goblin-like cat with just Shiv's pink hair.
Oh my god, delightful.
Anyway, back at the mech hangar, anything going on down there?
I feel like Solitaire is demonstrating to Blacksmith the basics of the perimeter command plate, and has basically printed up a small test version and has it set over on one side of the bay. It's like, so you got a couple of different things you can do with this thing. You can either set it to repulse or you can set it to attract. And he puts it on repulse and takes like an empty can and chucks it at it. And it hits that area and goes flying off someplace else. And see, now the big versions of that do that to a whole goddamn mech.
All right. I definitely see the benefits there. You knock them towards me, oh, they're fucked.
Or you could do this, fiddle with the control, these wonky controls that he has rigged up here, and takes another one and chucks it, and it gets stuck into the middle and stuck there. Or you can
I got it. I have ideas. I have ideas now. So let's just say, hypothetically, if somebody gets punched into that zone.
Yeah.
All right.
Stuck him right in.
All right. I think we got ourselves a wombo combo here. This is gonna be fun. Oh, I cannot wait to test this bad boy out.
Speaking of which, unless there is anything more you all would like to discuss or play out, that is when we can transition off to break and get back to, testing these things out. Alright, so before we run off to break, let me leave you all with these new mechs. There we go. Zoom out a little bit. And this is what we are working with. We're going to see them in action in a little bit, but we have Blacksmith's new striker here, a Blackbeard. And we have Desperado's Dead Man's Hand here with the Studebaker, and lots of arms.
5 arms on that.
Lots of arms, lots of guns.
So, how many guns? Yes.
Yes.
So
guns for
many
everybody.
guns. Uh-huh.
Love that.
Well, it would be 6 guns, but you need one hand to reload each
Well, yeah.
until you get the autoloaders installed. Then, of course, we have Solitaire's. What did you call this? Celestis?
Artemis.
Artemis. Okay.
It looks so good. It looks so good.
Artemis.
I love it.
I think it was called something different in the file. But
It was
Artemis.
originally something different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's real cool looking. That's real cool looking.
Yup.
I spent a lot of time on it.
It's so good.
And then we have Starblood's brand new Ascendant.
Because we had to get more extra than Throne.
Yep.
Like,
Oh,
it's
Jesus
so
Christ.
pretentious.
Jesus.
In keeping with the Alabaster
That purple turned
plate.
out really good, though.
Mhm.
It did.
Yeah, that purple cloak. Love it. Alright, so we will be back in a little bit and we will test these out. We have a little test bed exercise coming up because brand new frames, brand new toys. I'm gonna give these fine folks some time to put them through their paces before we get on to the next mission. So we're gonna go on a quick break, 10 minutes or so, and then we will be back and we'll see if they can succeed in this test exercise I put together, because of course I'm not going to pull any punches. So we'll be back in a little bit and go enjoy a quick advert from our friends over at Veil the Void, a fantastic sci-fantasy game, friends of the channel for a long time, long before they were sponsoring this particular show, so go check that out. We got a coupon code, RPG, if you want to head over to their website, sdgcreatives.com, but watch the advert, see if it's something you're interested in, and go check them out while you have the fun music and flashy lights of our intermission in the background. But make sure to tune back in about 10 minutes or so, and we're gonna have a fun little test exercise. We'll be back in a bit, folks. The Starcrier Conflict is brought to you in part by Veil the Void Reforged. Pierce the veil and adventure through the void as a vampiric alien, a sentient plant, or even a bottled aspect of the cosmos. These and countless other characters can face off against massive cosmic space worms, demons from the Broken Realms, and even travel through the roots of the newly rediscovered world tree of Yggdrasil. Find your next favorite adventure in Veil the Void Reforged. Visit sdgcreatives.com to learn more and pick up your own copy of Veil the Void Reforged today. Hello, everyone. We are back for the continuation of the Starcrier Conflict. Our Lancers have unboxed, built up, and are ready to play with their new toys. It's always fun building up the new Lego sets, and now we get to smash them together and see what survives. Basically what we're doing. So let me invite all of my players over to over to the scrapyard, which is not someplace we've seen on camera yet.
Yeah, because last time you threw a chunk of an asteroid at us
I mean, we
from it.
did see it on camera, but from the exterior when I blew a part of it off and threw it at half the group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we got glow stick half in. It was
Yeah.
wonderful.
So while everybody is loading into this, let's just wrap up the hangar scene. Everybody gets their mechs all nice and built up. I will zoom in so we can take another look at everybody on the field here.
Ooh, we pretty.
Yeah. Some real nice looking Retrograde minis. Go check out Retrograde. They're not a sponsor of the show, though. Hey, Retrograde, if you're listening, let us know. Does a great job. It's basically Hero Forge for mechs, though they also do fantasy stuff too. I haven't played around with any of that, but it does wonders for Lancer stuff. So go check them out. There's a free version, there's a Patreon version, all kinds of little stuff that you can squeeze together and build these beautiful things. Anyway, they're not sponsors. I don't need to talk about them. I just think they're so pretty. Anyway. So, over in the hangar, we see our, 4 of these frames built up, and then somewhere in between these 4 frames, we see Shiv's empty hangar, empty workspace. Nothing in there just yet, but we do see over on the terminal, just next to the printer, fabricator in front of it, restricted, access denied beacon that is sort of flashing. And we see it flash, flash, potato with glasses, restricted warning, flash, flash.
I will take half a moment just to point out that everyone would notice at some point that what Tavik has put together is very, very sharply not in any way even remotely Harrison at all.
Nope.
There is no blockiness, there is no like wideness or heaviness or sharp angles. It is a very elegant, very different than Throne model.
Looks much more SSC. But I will let you to roleplay and more probably bicker at each other during combat. But Haley will come over, Hazy will come over, and probably pat 2 of you on the back. I imagine we got Blacksmith and we got Starblood just walks up and gives a nice big pat to each of your shoulders. All right, this was fun. This was fun, guys. Yeah, some real crazy stuff out of all of you, and I really want to know what this nonsense is about. But I also really don't. So you guys go have fun, break them down. I'll have all the materials set up so we can build them back together. And you guys let me know if you have anything you need. You know, you wanna build some new toys. You need some new exotic materials. You need a little something to take the edge off. Come to your girl. Gotcha. All
Appreciate you, Hazy.
You lot go have fun.
Yeah.
And then we will smash cut to the 4 of you launching out the side of the station in your brand new, mostly hand-built mechs here. And you can fly on over to the newly renovated scrapyards. Now, the scrapyards, for anyone who doesn't remember from the Angels Dance festivities, is an asteroid, a relatively large asteroid, large enough that it has its own microgravity. It is spinning. They have put it into a spin to create some level of centrifugal gravity, but it is also large enough to have its own gravity, and it is far enough away from the station that, you know, they're not competing with each other gravimetrically, and any rogue projectiles probably won't find their way to the station, or at least past the station defenses. Though all of you have been through training through the academy, and you know there are certain areas of the scrapyard that are off limits because the trajectories get problematic. But you can fly down to this section of the scrapyard, and the scrapyard has been outfitted with various domes to provide some atmosphere in areas, to recreate various biomes that you could practice in. Anything from jungles to even swamps. There's even a section of the asteroid that has been carved out and filled with water to facilitate practicing underwater combat. Snowy mountainous regions, but for this you just find yourself on an open section of the scrapyard. Otherwise, just dealing with the craggy, rocky exterior of this asteroid in the microgravity that is normal here. There is enough gravity that you are not able to, like, free hover. I'm not going to play around too much with movement mechanics. I think low gravity is like an advanced combat, like, special tag you can put on a SIP rep. I'm not going to worry too much about that. But basically, if you need to hop over something, it shouldn't be a problem. And we can play around with anything more narratively creative, should we want to. But players, are you all loaded into the scene and can actually see?
Yep.
All right. Finally got that worked out. First time. All right.
Hell yeah.
So let's zoom on out for our audience here. And it's a square map when I'm using an ovoid display here. So we got a little cutoff. But what we have here is there's a facility built into a mountainous region of this asteroid, and there is a wall surrounding it with 2 turrets and a heavy reinforced gate up front. Just outside of that is an open area, and you can see a few ruined buildings off in front of this. It is supposed to emulate a bunker, fortified position for some place that is under siege. So it is a particular sit rep. I don't remember exactly which one it is. It's from Enhanced Combat. It's not one of the core rulebook ones. It's like a version of Control. Basically, the objective will be, over the course of 5 turns, and I doubt we're going to get all the way through 5 turns, but through the course of 5 turns, the enemies are going to try to get to the facility here, and they just need to get next to this facility and use a full action to plant detonation charges. 4 of them means the facility explodes and you lose. So it's basically defend this area for 5 turns and don't let them blow up the bunker. We're probably just going to play a round or 2. We'll see what we can actually get through. So I will be quiet, but we will probably have to narratively wrap this up towards the end. But that's enough of me yammering on. Well, you guys can position yourself anywhere within this wall. And you see, arrayed out in front of you, there we go. Let's zoom in a bit for the audience. You see a line of mechs, you know, a good distance out from the gate. There's a line of these mechs, size 1 mechs. They seem to have a heavy laser rifle or something on one arm, and what looks like just a big battering ram on the other. It looks like they have these real big thruster packs on their back. Then zooming in from the side, sort of hovering and zipping back and forth, you see these tiny little things. Real tiny little things. They probably don't have anybody inside them. Size 1/2, and they're real small, real fast. And then, as you all are getting into your final positioning, bring these guys out. You see appearing in a semicircle around the just past the wall, there is 5 bright flashes of light. As immediately and all at the same time, these 5 mechs just blink into sight. Confirmed by all of your equipment. They are very sleek. Their exterior shells are almost reflective, almost mirrored, though not exactly reflective. They seem to both reflect and refract light in various different patterns. So it's real jarring just trying to look at them, and it even play on your sensors that they're a little fuzzy, but they do have these very impressive energy weapons attached to them. But whereas the other ones march into position and the flyers on the side zoom on in, these 5 just blink in. With the forces arrayed in front of you, as is tradition, players go first. Let's kick on some battle music. Have at it, folks.
Okay.
How tall is this wall, Jack?
Yeah.
The wall is a size 1 wall. It's just a little bigger than the 4 of you. Play around with battle music. Anyone in the audience, let me know if the music is too loud or too soft. It is designed very much like the wall you saw at Dress Bowl 1. It is just a little bit taller than you, but there are these positions where you can grab onto, hoist yourself up, and shoot above.
Okay.
There are turrets to either side of the wall here. And actually, if I could have 2 of you designated as the turrets as well. They don't get their own turn, but once per initiative pass, once per round, they'll be able to take a reaction to make a shot. They're basically on constant overwatch. And then there is the front section of this wall is a gate.
Looks like we're going to have some fun.
I can take one of the turrets, by the way.
I should not be given one of the turrets. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. I've given myself enough guns so that I'm bound to hit. I don't need to add another one just to really mess up the.
Just more. You have more. There's never too many guns, right?
I mean, you're not wrong.
All right. Well.
Okay. Go first if.
Take it away.
Nobody has it.
Yeah, for sure. I think as they start blinking, and if it's okay, Havoc's just going to go. Well, considering how many options you seem to have, Desperado, do you mind picking off some of the ones on the side while I head forward?
No problem.
Excellent.
All right. I would like to get up on the wall, if I can.
Yep.
Up and over if I need to.
Would you like to vault over? It's certainly possible.
I would like to be on. I would like to be on it.
Okay.
If I can.
Certainly.
Yeah. Okay.
See Dead Man's hand grab on and pull itself up on top of the wall. Still with us there, Q?
I think he froze.
Yeah.
Yep.
When,
Looks like it.
when we start using battle maps, things get a little funky with this computer. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Quick question. This building thing here in the back, standing on that first thing, am I able to see over the wall?
If you would like to stand on the roof of the first floor of this building, you can indeed see over the wall. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I also have a question.
Perfect.
So I know you said that this is low gravity, but not like the low gravity tag. For clarification,
Jesus
Um,
Christ.
I have welcome back. I have the Ava module or that says in low gravity I can fly. Does that function here?
You can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's see. My intention was, you have to end your turn on a solid surface.
Oh,
you can't
yes,
hover.
yeah. I still have to. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even with the Ava module, I do still have to land. I can't end my turn in the air.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, you're good.
So I can functionally, as long as I am on the ground at the end of.
Yep.
Yeah, I just can't be up there going, you can't hit me.
Right.
Sure. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Q, you back with us? Is there a little
Maybe.
All right. Yeah.
Maybe we heard you.
We were doing so well.
Well, we can
Oh,
hear
what
you.
changed? Yep, nope.
We may be dealing with lag again.
Yeah, I think it's because Foundry.
A little bit.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna have to find some way for you to be able to use this.
Do hey Q for the time being. Do you want me
What's
to
up?
like share my screen here maybe, and you can do that instead of being on Foundry and seeing if that helps?
Sure.
I figure that just might use less of the, computing power.
We shall see.
Here, I can do this.
Okay, I'm
Ignore my
gonna
tabs.
close. All right, so it's fine.
It's gonna screw everything up.
So
Oh no, right. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jack.
Yeah, no, that screws up all of the cameras.
Okay. Sorry.
okay, well that's fine. I saw what I was trying to do, so we're gonna go with it while we can talk. The ones on the right hand of the screen, the mechs that appeared and then the little guy, I want to shoot them. We're gonna go barrage with that.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Who are you targeting with what? Yeah, should get everybody on.
All right, so there's the one closer to the middle, on the right hand side, and then there's one of the blinky guys next to the little guy.
Okay. Yep.
The first guy I'm gonna hit with 2 hand cannons, and then the blinky guy and the little guy I'm gonna hit with hand cannon and thermal pistol, and I'm gonna use my my ammo case to add the shock effect, which deals energy damage, and I can choose a character targeted by my attack. Adjacent characters take 1 energy AP, whether the result is a hit or a miss.
Okay.
So we're gonna roll with real dice. I do apologize. There it is. That's an actual D20. Hell yeah. Okay, so that is a 16 on the die. I get 1 accuracy with auxiliary weapons. My first one.
Okay.
1. Yeah, that's 17 all sold.
Yeah, that'll definitely hit.
Okay. All right, and then with the other hand cannon, cool. That's another 16 on the die.
All right, so the
All right,
first
so
one was going at 1, and the second was going at another.
I've got 2. I got double weapons on my mounts.
Right.
Right. So those count as 1, right?
Yes, it's just who you're targeting.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you don't
those first 2 hits are. I know, but I am. I've got another one that's got 2.
Okay. First 2 hits on the same. The blinky ones are called squad breakers.
Okay, the squad breakers. Cool. All right. So it was.
Or squad killers.
Gotcha. That is a 3 damage and then 4. So I don't know, like, if they're like particularly beefy. So like I don't know if they'll need both of the damages.
Well, you fired pretty much simultaneously both weapons at the same target, right? That was your intent.
Gotcha. Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. So 6 damage altogether.
Okay. What are these 2 weapons?
Hand cannons.
2 hand cannons. All right. You fire off 2 rapid shots, and they burst into the squad killer, and in a brilliant flash of light, it disappears.
Wow, how rude. Okay. And then the second attack. That's a 13
I'll hit.
to hit. Cool. And then a 19.
All right.
Okay. So that is another 1d6. This is the one that does the shock.
Okay.
So the little guy is going to take 1 AP damage, and the squad breaker takes 5 energy damage.
Okay. Another couple shots, one of them exploding in a small sphere of electricity as the squad killer does, again, in a bright flash, just seem to disappear. However,
Okay.
The impact, of course, did trigger a little bit of an electrical surge on the tiny invigilators that are flying about. Anything else from you?
Okay. I mean, I can hop back down.
All right.
Yeah. Hop in, hop out. We're hopscotching this.
All right. Do that. That is Desperado. Let's see. I've not officially begin combat. There we go. Now it's tracking everything. All right. That's
Hey.
Desperado's turn. Let's see. Who do I want to use? Let's yeah. Let's play around with these spawn killers, actually. So, alright. Line of within sensors and line of sight. Yeah, you guys are behind cover. All except for Solitaire, who is up on a building. You can see them, they can see you. So, quick action then to... yeah, I can do that. Quick action Then we're going to... Up on top of the wall, line of sight, the turrets would probably break line of sight. So up on top of the wall over here, another squad killer, flash of light, blinks into existence on top of the wall just in front of the turret, sort of crouched down just underneath of its barrels. And this one over here is going to target Solitaire with its prism rifle, which is actually a line weapon, which is interesting. So I think it's going to do a little bit of damage to the gate, potentially.
That's neat.
Yeah, I will say, given the angle, the gate is going to provide soft cover, but it will do some damage to the gate. So we got soft cover, it gets a point of accuracy, and it is a line 10 weapon. You are just in range, it doesn't even need to move. Gonna play a fun animation? No? Don't have the animations working, why not?
No animation for you.
Really? Alright, fine. That's disappointing. Really? Why aren't you... Alright. Boundary. We're gonna go with the first one, of course. The second one was just to test animations. That is a miss. So, Solitaire, you do see this squad killer ready its prism rifle and shoot out a continuous line of this real thin stream of energy, but it does have this aura to it that kind of, well, you can see it has that waviness of heat off of a highway. I forget exactly what that's called. There's a term for it, but where it doesn't
Heat distortion.
Heat distortion. Yeah, there is a term for it, but heat distortion works. It slams into the building behind you, taking out a little bit of the wall. Not doing significant enough damage to count for, an explosive charge, but it does hit the building. It does also burn a little bit of the wall away here. You can see it corrodes and almost de-atomizes certain spots of the wall as it skims the top of it. Then there is a bright flash of light from all 4 of the visible squad killers as they just blink really quick. They don't seem to move, just a quick flash of light. Who's next?
Can I respond?
You certainly can.
So, Artemis would kind of dropped down as that beam went past, then comes back up. That left arm raises up, and it's like that Ghostbusters proton pack sound, which is that high-pitched whine before a blast comes shooting out of that left arm from the prototype weapon. And using the stripped reactor shielding ability for my prototype weapon, I'm going to make this a blast 1 attack aimed at this, the same one who fired at me.
All right.
And it's going to get the 2 guys right behind him as well.
Okay.
As the bolt just explodes on impact.
Before you make the attack check, make me a systems save.
Okay, hold on. I was almost there. 14.
Okay, continue.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, where was I? Here we go. That. Tweaked optics gives me an automatic accurate.
All right.
Missed 2 of them. God, I rolled 6s.
Oh,
But it's a crit on the other one, who takes 7 points of energy damage.
All right. And at least your animation is working.
Yeah.
All right, 7 points of energy damage on the Test Breaker. Why are they both labeled Test Breaker 1? That is incorrect.
And let's see, I do take 2 heats.
Test Breaker 3. See. Okay. Alright, that's Test Breaker 3. Okay, you shoot out that beam of energy, and while the squad killer does manage to just sort of pivot out of the way, and your shot goes wide against one of the test breakers, one of them does get hit center mass and is just blasted apart.
Nice.
Package.
And then for my other quick action, I'm going to activate my Ferris Lash on this guy here,
Alright.
whatever he is. So he has to... it's an agility save. I was hoping it was a hull save, but he has to make an agility save.
Alright, agility save from the Invigilator. And do they get anything fancy from this? Alright. Is this a tech attack? No. He's just making
nope.
a save. Yeah, cool.
Just a save.
That's
That is a failure. So with the Ferris Lash, that means I can move him 5 spaces in any direction that I want, and I want to crash him right back down into that squad killer that's on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. So this is
So that doesn't technically do any damage. It says if a hostile target is moved by this system collides with an obstruction or another mech, they stop moving and are knocked prone.
okay. I am going to. Let's see. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. Make me another systems check.
That's only a 5.
5. All right. You Ferris Lash this thing and throw this tiny little flying thing down towards the squad killer, and the squad killer blinks really fast. There's that bright flash of light, but it does remain where it is. You're not entirely sure if there was a connection, but at the very least, how do I do a status effect? At the very least, the Invigilator is knocked prone. Invigilator, I don't entirely know how it's pronounced. Vigilant? It's probably Invigilator. It's an old word for a teacher who oversees exams.
Yeah, it's a just sound because it's old British English, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's a just sound.
Yeah.
Invigilator.
Or from Vigil, probably, I would think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, you have it knocked prone.
Okay. That is. I don't do anything else. Could toss that out. You know what? Let's. I'm gonna do a quick overcharge,
All right.
and I'm gonna toss out a perimeter command plate.
All right, what does that entail?
So I get to toss that within range 5 of where I'm at. So I'm gonna toss one. Start right there. Can I?
Right here next to
Yes.
the turret?
Yeah.
All right, I am going to need to make a. I need to make something for that, but for now I'll just put one of these hex targets here.
Yeah. That works.
Real good.
And I'm going to set it to attract, so that anything hostile that moves over it gets stuck there.
Interesting. Okay. Fall save or be immobilized. When a character moves onto it. So if it is able to fly or jump over it, it doesn't necessarily pull it down.
Still no, it doesn't specify.
Yeah. Alright. Well, yeah, we'll see what happens. Alright, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Alright, that is Solitaire. I think next I'm going to go with my squad of test breakers. At least the ones that are not a smoking pile of wreckage. So I get to act with all these guys at once. And I think all of them. Yeah. Okay. This one here is going to move up, and it has dual shotguns, but instead of it being two hands, one of those arms is, as I said, just a big smashy hammer thing. The other one has two shotguns, one on top, one on the bottom, that can kind of swivel just a little bit. And it sort of rotates its arms, swivels them a little bit, and it's going to take two shots.
Real
just
quick
on
question:
roll.
what's the range of our turrets?
The range of your turrets, that's a good question. Turret, I put this at, I believe it has sensors 10? Yes.
Okay.
So you can take your Overwatch shot because it did move.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
All right.
So just the D20.
That is, let's see. Size 1/2 has 5 HP, evasion 10, E defense 10. It actually has a built-in accuracy. So it's a D20 plus 1d6, and on a hit, it will do 4 kinetic damage.
Let's go.
That looks like we got a 17.
All right. It moves up, and actually it does not have time to take the shot because it is blasted to pieces. Very nice. So then, that being the case, all right, good use of a turret, good use of a turret. What is this? This is a quick action. Movement doesn't count as a quick action. So it is going
unless boost.
to...
Not unless they boost.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it is going to use its breach ram. So it is going to ram straight into the wall here. Boom. You can see it fires up.
Can I
these-
use the other turret?
You can.
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
Let's
go
go.
for it. Why not?
Excellent. They fire once per round, right?
Yep.
17!
All right.
Let's go.
While it is trying to boost its way forward, it is likewise blasted apart. Because these
I'm just
are
picturing this thing
turrets.
like just trying to move, it's just like slowly just getting like blown to pieces from this turret.
Yep. All right. Well, then the last one, because you only have 2 turrets, so it's gonna be able to do something.
Sorry, Jack.
That's fine. Okay. So, yeah, it doesn't know there's extra difficulty here, so it is going to, like the other one, pretty much simultaneously, it is going to slam into the gate here. And that is just an automatic 10 armor-piercing kinetic damage. Is that armor-piercing? That's nice. Okay, armor-piercing kinetic damage. Which means the gate is slammed open. I got something for this. I got, hold on. Yeah, I need this. Open this up. Rooms. Update. Boom!
Hey,
The gate is smashed open. It rams into it with incredible speed. You can see the engines on its back, these big, oversized engines. It's like if you took a 787's 2 jet engines and slapped them onto a, fighter jet. These just massive, oversized engines on its back. And it pulls itself inward, focuses that large ram it has on one arm, sort of steadies itself, sort of locks things into place, and just cannonballs itself straight into, and actually because it destroyed it, through, and moves 6 spaces, actually. It's back here. That is not the tool I need. There it is. It was back here. That is enough to slam into Stargate. So,
one moment, I need to check one thing.
Sure.
So it's moving back, right?
What do you mean?
It's moving back in order to slam into me. Is that what you said?
No, it is continuing its movement. It broke through the gate and continuing its movement with momentum slamming into you.
Awesome. Okay, awesome.
So unless you have some fanciness, I need an agility save.
I do love a good agility save. I can do that. I need to check one thing. Yes. Not good. Okay. Count. Okay. Cool. And I'm not flying, so I don't get accuracy. Sadness. That is not working. Hang on. Trying to click agility. That is not doing it. Why is that not doing it?
Why don't you go over the
We'll try
next
reloading real
stats?
quick just in case. I'm just gonna roll a die while it's reloading, and I'll try
Sure.
to figure it out.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yep.
That is a 12.
Okay.
I can't even. Oh, there it is. Okay. The first time I reloaded, it did nothing. It just sat frozen on a. Doing it again.
Nobody's playing well with Foundry. Well, you managed to spin on the heel of your mech just enough that it moves into the space beside you, and you are not barreled into and slammed into the ground.
Yeah. There's just this like hard pivot, and the feet on Ascendant are very like lithe and almost like heels. So there is, as it comes barreling in, a moment where it just sort of rocks back, and then the hand is placed on its running shoulder and sort of like rotates up, and then uses the Ava module to sort of push itself back into place, just very casually going up and around it.
All right. Well, we have you and Blacksmith remaining. Would you like to retaliate then? Actually, hold up. Before we get to that,
Sure.
because of all the turret nonsense, that actually is not all it can do, because that is just a quick action. It uses up his charge. So while he is right next to you, I think we're going to take dual shotgun shots. One at you, Mr. Fancy Pants Ascendant.
I like that. I have soft cover, Because you are adjacent.
All right, fine.
That
That on top of the 2 difficulty that's inherent to these unwieldy shotguns, I'm sure.
Also, right now, both Blacksmith and Desperado also have soft cover because we're engaged.
Oh my
All
god.
right.
And they're next to me.
Yep, sure. So 3 levels of difficulty. All right. What could go wrong? Let's see them crits. No, but I still managed to hit Starblood.
But not me.
The animation came from the wrong one, of course. All right. But Starblood, you are
It's
hit
okay.
with 6 points of kinetic damage.
Oof. That's not great. I don't love that.
You managed to
Yeah,
jump and
yes I
spin
am.
out of the way and just get blasted center mass with a
Yeah. There's a
mech's fistful
yeah,
of
as-
shrapnel.
Yup, just as these 2 shotguns come around and begin to fire off, there's a moment where Starblood has to sort of make that decision and sort of like pivot to hit the one that's firing towards Blacksmith. But in doing so is gonna, eat shit, for lack of a better term.
All right, that then is all of my test breakers.
And assuming you still want to go last.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so there is this like sound of not quite frustration, but disappointment at getting hit. And then Blacksmith, make it worth it. And then there's a moment where there are these hexagonal panels on the shoulders, the wrists, or the forearms, the hips, and the knees of Ascendant that split open from the center, and then these small reflective panels come out. And there was a bit of a shimmer, and I'm activating my tactical cloak. So now, slowly, I'm covered in this shimmer, and I am invisible, as Ascendant just sort of vanishes.
All right.
Then I am going to there's not anywhere to really do a particularly good job of using that, but I'm going to make it work anyway. We are going to use a quick action to
Look at that
right.
invisible effect. Oh, I love it.
That's really cool.
Hey, awesome. That's so cool. Thank you for that. Okay, so we took out the big group of them already, so can't deal with that anymore, but that's fine. What we're going to do instead is we are going to take a quick action to fire off. Sorry, just making sure. Yes. Yeah, so we're going to take a quick action to fire off the shotgun at this thing's face.
All right.
I have +1 accuracy to it because I have handshake etiquette.
Sure.
So that is a 14.
All right, that hits.
Ooh. Hey, that is 6 points of damage.
All right, you blast it to pieces.
Then I will. Yes. Okay. Then I'm going to take my move, and that is where I'm going. Then it'll be 3. Happiness, but it's okay. Okay. Yeah. So then there's just this shimmer as it begins to move, sweeping away, and then I am going to fire off. I'm going to use a skirmish to fire my Herculaneum Nova Burster.
All right.
Here? Yeah. To create that zone. The cone ahead of me afterwards.
Okay.
First, I have to fire on it.
Yeah,
right?
go ahead and ping them. So select target, because this should have an animation.
Okay. Yeah, because my dice have not been working.
Ah.
I'm going to try. We're going to try again. All right, here we go. Bam. Okay, this time the thing came up. That's good. Come on.
Alright, I don't know why Foundry's not playing nice with you guys. We've been using it successfully so far.
Oh, there we go. This time it worked.
Alright. I don't think you had the enemy targeted, but
Wait.
at least it went through.
Oh, I clicked it to target. Okay. I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Yeah, there's just this moment of, from seemingly nowhere, just this burst of mortar and liquid flame that just sort of explodes outwards.
Okay.
And then it creates the zone. And I get to use another weapon on that mount. So we're targeting this time properly.
Well, as it is engulfed in flames, there is again that bright flash of light, and it's gone.
Okay.
But let me go ahead and draw you a cone. What's that distance?
It is a cone 3. I would like to center it more in the other direction if possible. Because it was so that it would be here would be the third one, right? Because that would hit him. Yeah, if possible. So that it would be
Like that?
Yeah,
There you
yes.
go.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm targeting the little fella. Gonna see if this works this time. We weren't able to target before, but we got the dice roll off. Let's see if we can get both working now. I am going to use my thermal pistol, which I get an accuracy on because it's CQB and I'm close to it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing your target reticule come up. I feel like I used to, but I could be wrong.
That's so strange. Like I have the little red like things on it.
You have the little arrows on it? Okay.
Yeah, the four little
Yeah. Let's see if it works. Yeah. There we go.
Hey, that time it worked.
It did work. Unfortunately, you missed. Can't have it both ways.
I missed. Alright.
Because these little guys are fucking fast.
Oh, okay. Wait. So
Did that not roll
okay,
right?
because I rolled. I don't think so. I think it used my invisibility for them, because when I click on the dice roll, it has my D20, my D6, and then it has one DC, and it says invisibility.
Okay. Not sure why that's the case.
Yeah, because that's the coin flip, right? Because it's heads or tails.
Yeah. But it is showing a 13 against the Invigilator, which I believe it is a miss. It is a miss.
Okay, cool. Still works out. So. Okay, yeah, and that's me. Yeah, you just see this like liquid fire spreading everywhere, and then shots coming from a general location. That's Tavik.
All right.
Being extra again.
Despite me being the one who made this, can you remind me what that means?
Sure. So it creates an area of difficult terrain. It's also soft cover in Cone 3. Until the end of my next turn. I thought there had been damage on it, but it doesn't seem to be. But I could have sworn there was heat on it. But I could just be wrong.
Heat from using it.
Yes. I don't know why I thought there was also damage from the zone, but it's fine.
The damage from the zone comes from being difficult terrain.
Right. Yes.
Which is dangerous terrain in Lancer, not difficult terrain like it is in D&D. It is inherently damaging, I believe. If you
yeah, that is what I am forgetting. Yeah, thank you so much.
which I
Yeah.
believe is it's a decent amount of damage if you are in there. Really need to have a better system. Looking this all up. And this dangerous terrain.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you take from dangerous terrain. That one I don't remember.
Yeah, all right. I'll bring it up in the book. So let's see. Who else do I have to work with? I have. Let's go ahead and take another action from my squad killers, because they get multiple actions per turn. So,
Oh, good for them.
I am going to.
Right.
let's, yeah. Oh, this will be fun. 'Cause I can do
Oh, good.
that, and then over here, over. Yeah, what's the best way of doing this? The squad killers are fun. For anyone following along, these are actually. You know what? I will save for the after show. If you want to get the GM behind the scenes, you gotta watch our after show. All right. So, I don't think I can move all of them at once, but I can use a quick action to do that. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna have one of them move up over there. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Cool. So there's a bright flash as another squad killer blinks into existence over here behind the wall, as this one sort of blink jumps forward. Not an actual blink jump, but kind of there's this distortion. It doesn't entirely go invisible, and it doesn't blink, but it does that sort of Dragon Ball Z sort of real fast shift back and forth as it jumps forward a bit. And it's gonna go all the way up here. Now, it is going to aim its rifle at this one, who is then aiming its rifle at this one, and they are going to use a refracting prism beam. So this one is going to shoot at this one, who is going to shoot at this one, who is going to shoot at Solitaire, creating
Did this one
lines
move?
that
Wait,
zig
what?
back and forth.
That's dope. Did this one move over there? Or was it like, it doesn't count as like movement?
I am not going to tell you.
Okay, so the reason I ask is
Yes.
only because I have a threat range on the shotgun. I don't know if I can trigger Overwatch on it.
No, it did.
I don't know if
it
that counts.
did-
Okay, cool.
No, that would not count. It seemed to
Okay,
have
cool.
blinked out, whether it went invisible or actually tangibly blinked, or many other possible nonsense that it could be
Cool.
in Lancer. It did not physically move, so you do not
Sure.
get a full.
Awesome.
But good question.
Thank you.
All right. And I wonder. No, because we established that I don't have this properly set up. Did we? Let me just roll. Does the animation work? No, I thought I had the animation set up. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay. Well.
That's super cool. I wanted to see it.
So that, yeah, that would have been really cool if it worked. All right. Foundry's not playing nice with anybody. Okay. So, that was just test one. Let me go ahead and make a shot against Desperado, because you would be in the first line. That is a point of accuracy, but you get soft cover from, oh no, because Tavik disappeared and ran away. Cool. So I'm gonna
Strategically
roll-
repositioned. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah. Oh no, that's correct. There we go. We roll that. A
Oh.
23 critical. You will take 5 points of. And actually, this is not. See, this is where it gets real bad.
Uh-oh.
It is not energy damage. It is in fact burn.
Oh,
Oh, come
Okay.
on.
no, stop.
Gross.
So you
Not
take
good.
5 points of burn. That's 5 damage now, and 5 damage every turn until you deal with it.
Okay.
Yeah, you make a check at the end of your turn to see if you can clear it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Question.
Yes.
How far away from me is that thing?
It is 2 hexes away.
Bet.
It is you, hex,
Cool.
then them.
Cool beans. In response, I'm gonna shoot it.
You have a means of retaliating?
I sure do,
All right.
cause I a gunslinger.
Make a systems save before you make the attack.
Okay. Gotcha. It's an 18.
Okay. Proceed with your attack.
Cool beans. All right. We're gonna like blah blah blah.
Get him.
We're gonna try. But you stop. Okay. We are going to. Sure. Fuck it. We ball. We'll hit him with the prototype.
All right.
No, we don't. Probably. That's an 11.
And 11 does hit. You
Oh,
guys have
hell
surprisingly
yeah.
low evasion.
Let's go.
Surprisingly
Okay.
low evasion.
Sweet. Okay. So that's 1d6 plus 2, so that's 8.
8 points of what?
It is energy.
Energy damage. 8 points of energy damage. Alright. These guys have any fancy defenses? It does not look like it. No. Alright, cool. 8 points. That is a sizable hit. Alright, there is a bright flash of light, but it does not disappear.
Well,
However,
that's good.
it does. That beam connects with this one over here, which bounces the beam back. And for Lancer's purposes, because this is hex-based and not grid-based, you're doubling up. Solitaire, I can shoot you twice. Actually, let me double-check that. Double-checking. Continue with the attack. Yep, you may draw a new line from that position in any direction, continuing the attack. I can't bounce it from the same one more than once, but there is no restriction on hitting you multiple times with it. Cool. Alright, so that is a shot then. One on Desperado and one on Blacksmith. There we go. It has its built-in accurate. Roll. Both hits. So you both will take 5 more points of burn. For Q, that is cumulative. You now have 10 burn.
Okay.
And then this last one will refract the beam onto, or at least attempt to, onto Solitaire. The 21 critical. 5 burn on you, my friend.
Burn.
Alright, with that, there is a bright flash of light between the 4 of them. And for a moment, they all disappear. But a moment later... Fancy shenanigans, don't mind me. They all reappear. Who's next?
Well, I'm the only one that's left.
That's true.
So. Okay. All right. So I am currently starting to spark and sputter, but what I am going to do is I am going to just go ahead and go into a barrage. But first, I am going to target here. Going to barrage first with my flex mount. I'm going to go ahead and fire my pistol. And I do get an accuracy because I'm in CQB. So that is 18 to hit for 3 damage.
Okay. Who are you shooting?
This squad killer right in front of me.
All right. You said 3 damage?
Yes.
All right. There is a bright flash, and sorry, I should roll a d6 because you should have difficulty on targeting these actually.
Well, then that would have just canceled out my accuracy.
Oh, it would have. Yeah. So that.
Yeah. So it would have been a 14 to hit.
14, which still hits anyway. Cool.
Okay.
So you shoot. What weapon are you using?
My pistol.
Pistol. All right. A few shots.
Yep.
Center mass, bright flash of light, and advantages.
Okay. And then as the other part of my barrage, I'm going to move over, and then I'm going to swing my sword.
All right. Make a system save.
No crap.
Good.
Okay. You move.
Oh
forward.
no! Hang on. That was a 17 on the save.
Oh. Okay.
It was 17 on the system save, and then a 5 on the attack.
And then you make the attack. Okay. So your targeting systems seem to be working fine, but this thing is too quick. It sees you coming and spins on its heel, sort of juking itself out of the way as your axe just slices air. Briefly gets caught on the ground. And goes...
Yeah, so my sword does have reliable 3, so it's going to like slightly it's going to like kind of lock and correct and just get like a graze down the side and kind of carve into it.
You can do that. 3 damage. Okay. Interesting. Let me then.
Is that an engineering save when it comes to trying to put out the fire?
I think it is.
Stabilize, I think.
No, you make a save at the end. I know that much.
I believe it.
I played against that.
It's engineering. It's engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah, difficulty.
You got this. You got this.
All right. That is a 12 on the engineering save.
Okay, I'm assuming that goes against their save.
I believe so.
Which you said a 12?
Yes.
You do manage to put yourself out.
Okay. Whew.
But that is
Okay,
a
and that is
good
going to be
point with the burn, because this is really my first time using burn. I should have double-checked this before the fight. Where's burn? Come on.
What's up?
Burn. There you are. When you take the damage.
it's at you take it initially, and then you'll take it at the end of your turn.
Yeah, at the end of every
okay.
turn you take
End
it.
of your turn.
Yeah, so if you succeeded the save, you don't take it that turn.
Yep. All right, you're good.
You're just going to see like Coolant just start like firing over, and just be like, that's too close. That's my turn.
All right. You do enough damage then. Why is it on Dead Man? Ignore that. You are not... Why did it do that? Come on. There we go. I'll have to reset Solitaire. Okay, you do manage to knock a structure off of this squad killer. It is an elite. It does actually have structure. But you manage to knock away some of its exterior plating and damage some of its key systems. Let's see. It is a glancing blow. Emergency systems kick in and stabilize your mech, but it's impaired until the end of your next turn. All right, so this guy is
Nice.
impaired. There we go. Can mark
Difficulty in all things.
let me reset. Dead man's over here. There we go. Why do you keep doing that? Okay. Is that your turn? Blacksmith? I believe that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Okay.
said yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, lots going on back here. Okay, we did Squad Killer. We did... So the only ones left are the Invigilators. Let's move these guys around. That was the next thing to check on here, which was
It's
dangerous
5 damage
terrain.
for
5
dangerous
damage.
terrain. Yeah.
Which is if it starts its turn in it or ends its turn there, even if
If it
moves through
ends its turn in it or moves through
or
it.
moves
Yeah.
through it. Okay. So
It's an
moving-
engineering check, and on a failure, they take 5. I assume burn. Because it can be any type of damage based on the.
That is an engineering check of 13. And your save is 11, so it is good.
Yeah.
Alright, so it is going to zoom about. Let's see, these guys. Cool, they can do that, they can do that. Is that a quick attack? And that's a quick. And that's a quick. Cool. So it is going to fly on over. What sort of range do these guys have? Speed 6.
If he's moving past me, I'd like to use my Overwatch reaction with my shotgun.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. That is an 18. It is 1 point of kinetic damage.
Okay, it weaves out of the way. You do get a good lock on, but it seems to predict this this maneuver and uses each round. The first attack made against this character as a reaction automatically fails.
Nice.
So it just weaves out of the way as you shoot your shotgun at it, and is going to wind up over here. I think is a good position, and the other one is going to zoom up over on the other side. This first one is going to, let's see, let's get somebody jammed. Try to get somebody jammed. Let's jam up, let me remind myself exactly what jammed. Jammed would probably be really good against Desperado. I'm remembering what it does correctly. Yeah, too many. One day I will
I
get
don't
all of
remember
these
jam.
memorized. Because of course I have all the D&D conditions memorized, but it's gonna take me a bit to get all these down. All right.
I got you.
Okay.
Jam, they can't use
characters.
comms. They can't make attacks other than improvised attack, grapple, or ram. Take reactions or take or benefit from tech actions.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cool. So
Damn.
we're gonna target Desperado here with an Impale Systems attack. There's a 17, that is a hit. You are jammed. You also take 3 heat. Let's Let's see if I can find
Okay.
jammed. Stunned, danger zone. Jammed. There you are. You are jammed. Alright, that was a quick tech. I have to mark that charge off. There we go. And then it is going to reposition and take a stinger pistol shot at Blacksmith. Blacksmith in the Blackbeard. Cool. Yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be nice. I like that. Alright, so let's target Blacksmith with the stinger pistol. Ah, it's a miss. Alright. Fine. You are not impaired. That is the first Invigilator. Let's go over to the second Invigilator, who's going to do the same thing, really. Let's make an Impale Systems on, well, we can't see, well, Invisible still allows you to be targeted. It's just a 50% miss chance with any weapon.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's a coin flip whether or not it hits, even if it hits. But I am absolutely able to be targeted.
All attacks, which I'm going to read as including tech attacks.
Yes, it does include tech attacks. And I think don't have. Yeah. Yep.
You don't have any fancy cover or anything out there, do you?
No, because I didn't take the. I had meant to, but had not taken the thing that means I get soft cover. Yeah. So.
All right, that did not work. So it is not
I'm too
properly.
stealthy.
Yep, not properly able to lock on to your systems. It can't seem to pinpoint exactly where you are. But the attempt was made, and then it is going to spin in the air and take a stinger shot against Solitaire. Which also misses. Fine. Okay, cool. That's all I got there. Which ends our round. Okay, now, it's almost 11 o'clock and that was one round, so sadly I think we have to call it there. Unfortunately, combat in this, in Lancer, does take some time, and it doesn't help when Foundry doesn't want to play nice. So, we only got one round of combat in, but I think this is where we are going to leave our Lancers. Continuing this fight, we see the squad killers continuing to blink in and out of existence now that the gate is down and they are able to move freely throughout pretty much this entire area. They're going to continue to try to zigzag these refracting beam shots onto as many different onto as many of the Lancers as possible, and they do quite a bit of burn damage. And you know what? Just to see what happens, can I get an engineering save from both Solitaire and Desperado, just to see if that burn will get you at the end of your turn?
Got a 15.
All right, you're good. And a 20, it looks like, off of Solitaire's Artemis. All right, so both of you are able to blast away the burning components. Superheated metals shoot out different coolant onto the exterior of your mech, vent different overheating systems. And you, of course, would continue your turns as normal, zooming around the battlefield, blasting weapons away. We see the 5 different arms just blasting around at all of these squad killers, blinking in and out as they reposition themselves. We got the Invigilators zooming and buzzing all over the battlefield, flying and hovering in place. And another 2 waves of the test breakers were going to pop out in the subsequent turns and continue trying to slam into enemies, or slam into the Lancers, and most specifically, they were going to try to make a break directly for the building and plant those demo charges. So, as expected...
I was just going to start laying down as much molten death between them and the building as I can.
So you were gonna lay down a whole bunch of fiery, difficult terrain.
Mm-hmm.
Desperado, I imagine you are just filling the place full of lead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ah.
As soon as I'm free from being jammed, I'm probably the guy that jammed me. Just probably took my prototype cannon and just bashed him in the head.
There you go. Nice. Yeah.
That's what you get.
Rip it off like a bat and just swat the hornet out of the air.
Yeah.
Yep. Blackbeard, I imagine you are bounding back and forth between these different blinking enemies, slamming into them.
Yeah, and also I will say, if at one point we start getting overwhelmed, that's where you're going to see like all these like ports open up, and you see like a massive amount of like harpoons go flying out and just like rip them all like off, and then anything that's on the ground is just getting axe, sword, axe, sword.
Nice. Beautiful. And what does our new Artemis shine with?
You know, I feel like those two invigilators that are buzzing around there are probably going to get caught in the mag field that I can generate.
Nice.
There's basically a ball of electromagnetic energy that's just going to suck them both right into the center, and where they're just going to get bullets unloaded into them.
Very nice. Black Witch. Magnetic energy. Excellent. Well, unfortunately we can't play all of that out. I knew we were not going to get to it. I was hoping we could squeeze a second round in, but combat takes a long time. So, at least we've got a little practice with our new frames, and we'll see what we get up to on our next mission. But next week we will be returning. Let me turn off this battle music here. Next week we will be returning. They have another new mission to go on, so we're going to be getting the briefing for that, and then they're off to another distant Union planet, because Union has been made aware of a threat out in the diaspora that seems capable of getting here quickly, if their last encounter with the Starcrier was any evidence. So with that, they're going to send out as many resources as they have to as many far-off places as they have to try to get those places prepared. Unfortunately, with the fall of SETCOM and the introduction of ThirdCom, there was a massive, massive reduction in military force. Because they're hands-off. They're non-expansion. Low military. Low threat. Unfortunately, I don't think the Starcriers care. So join us next week on the Starcrier Conflict to see how they fare in securing Inico 4, the planet they'll be sent off to. With that, thanks for watching. This has been fun. I'm going to play around with Foundry a little bit more, see if I can get all the animations working, see if we can't find a way to get it to play nicer with everybody. I'm going to find a way to get all of my quick reference guides quicker for me, and get ready for the next mission. But that'll be... we're going to have a good amount of narrative play in that as well, because I don't want another, 3 episodes in a row of constant combat missions. Which reminds me, actually, the next episode of the Starcrier podcast is up on Spotify. We are still all the way back on Drespel 1, finishing up with our Top Gun episode as they finish their descent into Drespel 1, clearing out anti-air defenses, electronic defenses, and making their way down onto the surface. So go check that out. Combat episodes take a long time to edit, but they're real fun. They're real fun. Have some real cool sound design in them, and turned it down into a real fun sort of radio play sort of deal. That's only for 30 to 45 minutes or so, instead of the 3 hours of combat you would get here watching us live. So if you would prefer that, if you would like to listen instead of look at our show, head over to Spotify. We have 6 episodes up, I believe, and hopefully more coming very soon, because I'm looking forward to getting to the narrative sections of Dressable 1 and then back to FS12. So go follow us on Spotify. I think there's a follow feature. I'm sure there is. All right, let me throw it back to these wonderful folks to say goodbye, and then we'll get out of here. So, take it away, folks.
All right. Once more, I'm Sean. I'm playing August Solitaire Walker, the pilot of Artemis. You can find me on Blue Sky as Rise, R-I-Z-E. Other than that, Starcrier is about the only thing I got going on for the next couple months, other than if anybody wants to send cool thoughts my way. I'm basically going to be outside all this week in 100 and some degree weather, basically melting into the tarmac. So if I don't show up next week, it's because I have become one with the ground.
Mm.
Mm.
Feel that.
You are one with the asphalt. The asphalt
Yeah,
is with
basically.
you.
Thoughts and prayers.
Mhm.
Anyway, hey, howdy, bye. I felt like someone had to say it.
If you didn't, I was gonna.
Someone had to say it.
Love it.
Yeah.
I'm Q. I was Logan Uhura. You know him, you love him. He's always getting fucked up in a combat. It's fine. When you don't see me here, you can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Midnight Inc. That's midnight_INQ. Q is my name. I'm sure you get it. Save a horse, ride a cowboy. I keep making cowboys. Next up should be, they call us villains over on Entropy Emporium. Things and also stuff has been occurring.
Mm.
It'd be like that sometimes. So we may not. You'll see. And then after that is Saturday for class reunion. That is on Live from the Apocalypse. Come see me be a monk, not a cowboy. So it's pretty exciting. There's other stuff. It's in the works. Can't talk about shit. So just find me, see me when you see me.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I've been playing Intermission, pilot or call sign blacksmith, pilot of Striker now. That feels a little weird to say. I'm that gamer Ajax on all the socials. I'm primarily active on Threads these days. I also run a YouTube channel where I try to teach you how to be the best tabletop enthusiast that you can be. Also try to help you find some new games. Recently, I talked about Daggerheart and how I overall really enjoyed the game. It's not going to be a D&D killer by any means, but it does have something that's unique to it that I really liked. So go watch that video. It was a lot of fun to put together. Let's see. Some other stuff that's going to be coming up on the channel is how to play a 2D20 game. I've been talking about that one for a little while, but I'm finally getting to the point where I can film that. And also, there will be impressions on Hollows by Rowan, Rook, and Deckard, because I'm playing that this week, and I'm very excited. If you like Dark Souls and Bloodborne and that kind of stuff, and you want a very tactical heavy boss battle simulating tabletop role-playing game, this seems like a very good one for it. It is very dark, but I'm very interested in it.
I love their stuff so much.
Hey, y'all, it's Drake Lionheart. Most people call me Lion. I use they, he pronouns, and you can find me everywhere on the internet at the Lion Knight 42. I'm the creative director and founder for Tales from the Table Studios. Something that started as an amazing charity drive a long time ago now has blossomed into an absolutely wonderful community and actual play studio. We're hanging out right now with the Ghost Light on, but we'll be back in a little bit. We're going to have some exciting announcements coming very soon. We've been in talks for something that I've wanted to do for a while. I think it's going to be great. Hopefully I'll have more information on that in the next week or two. Yeah, and for right now, that's me.
Yes, and Q already did it, but tune in. Not next week, unfortunately. Haley won't be back next week. But just a shout out to Haley. Go check them out. I believe it's at Haley-Ann. Let me just drop that in the chat anyway. Go see what they're up to. Because they're wonderful. So go check them out if you're watching. Haley, hello, we miss you. We want you back. We'll meet you back on Inico 4 when we can. We'll see what happens with you and your goblin, because you've been missing this whole time, and I'm sure that's not concerning for anybody, especially you. Anyway, moving on. I've been Jack, they, them. I don't know if I did that in the intro, but I'm everybody. Yeah, what do I have going on? I have, because I am actually in some things, and I'm excited for those things. The 25th, so this upcoming Thursday, I will be in a game of of Fathomless Gears over on Lost Caravan. Really excited to play that. It's like deep sea eldritch fish lancer, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Ralph is running that, and I've made some great stuff for Lancer. I can see it in Fathomless Gears. We did a session 1, we caught some fish. I'm playing a real fun support class. It's going to be a great time, so come check that out over on Lost Caravan. That is 8 o'clock Eastern time. Then on the following Monday, the 29th, I will be back at the Lost Caravan for some Pathfinder 2E, in which I am reviving my own android gunslinger cowboy sort of character. So that's going to be a lot of fun. It's been years since I played that character, but it looks like 2E has a lot of fun stuff that you can do with androids and gunslingers. Looks like it's basically the same thing I built almost 10 years ago or so. So I'm gonna have a lot of fun resurrecting that character. So go hang out with our friends over at Lost Caravan. They are always doing all kinds of awesome stuff. I think that is all I have going on currently. Check back next week for the next episode of the Starcrier Conflict, where we are kicking off our next main story mission, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're bringing back some things we referenced from previous episodes. And we got a lot of really cool machinations going on in the background. So things are moving forward as we get into the mid-season. So that's coming up next Sunday, normal time, 7 p.m. Eastern. Go check us out on Spotify. We have 6 episodes of that podcast up there. They're real fun to listen to. And come hang out with us on the Discord and the social medias. Press all the buttons and the bells and the whistles and the likes and the subscribes and the follows and whatnot. Press any buttons that you are interested and can afford to do so. And one last plug to our Ko-Fi. I'm going to see if I can convince these folks to do a real quick after show. We'll see. But go check that out, because we got some real fun behind the scenes contents up there. Get a lot of really nice behind the scenes context and questions answered and theories proposed from the players. I give a little bit more background into my own prep work for the show, and not only stuff for the Starcrier Conflict, but all the previous RPGs uncovered content is still available on there, both for the player level and the GM level. So if you like the show, if you want to help support us, and you want to help me give back to other people in the TTRPG indie creative sphere, because I really want to work with other people in our community, that's the best way to support the show, me, and whoever I can give that money to. And finally, go check out Veil the Void Reforged. Absolutely wonderful sci-fantasy game. I got the book right here. It is beautiful. The paper is soft. It is so cinematic and bombastic and fun and explosive to play. So much great content. And they support the show, and we've been friends with them. They've been a friend of the channel for a long time, so I've been personally biased for a while, and now even more so because of their support. But it's a fabulous game. Go check it out. And coupon code RPG over at their website, sdgcreatives.com, if you want to pick that up. International printing and shipping, so it's all very reasonably priced, so go check that out. I will leave you with that little advert and our closing outro credits which is a fun little video, and I suppose I will see you all next week. Thank you for watching, and while you are building your own new mechs, hanging out, eating some burgers, drinking some beer, puffing on whatever Hazy's got, which is the good shit. Also remember to bring a nice basket of nice juicy plum heart tomatoes to share, because you're gonna get the munchies. Happy time zone, folks. Take care. The Starcrier Conflict is brought to you in part by Veil the Void Reforged. Pierce the veil and adventure through the void as a vampiric alien, a sentient plant, or even a bottled aspect of the cosmos. These and countless other characters can face off against massive cosmic space worms, demons from the Broken Realms, and even travel through the roots of the newly rediscovered world tree of Yggdrasil. Find your next favorite adventure in Veil the Void Reforged. Visit sdgcreatives.com to learn more and pick up your own copy of Veil the Void Reforged today.